Chapter 290. Great Zhou Dynasty Capital. Today was a normal day like any other day. Because of the recent war, the general situation has been tense, thus making the entire city quite somber, with every citizen wondering about their future. Sovereign Ji Wen did his best to appease the people as this negative mood has been affecting the dynasty's qi luck. However, he was only partially successful. With each city that Sun Jialong takes over, the morale of the people becomes lower even if he manages to recapture some of them back quite rapidly. Sovereign Ji Wen was dealing with military affairs when he suddenly felt something, and it was not just him. Everyone felt it, even the mortal. To be precise, everyone saw it. A gigantic palm that covered the entire city slowly fell towards it. The palm exuded a terrifying pressure, making most cultivators unable to breathe properly. More important, everyone knew that if it hit, the entire city would be destroyed instantly. Of course, this did not happen. As soon as the palm reached a certain level, the formation protected the city activated, and the attack was blocked. "Who dares to be impudent in my dynasty?" roared Sovereign Ji Wen as he instantly appeared floating above the city. Soon though, he saw the people responsible for the attack, to be exact, 20 people. Puppets. Immediately, he realized that these people or things were not alive, but supreme-tier puppets. Could these people be sent by Great Wu? That's impossible. Given their foundation, they should not have such powerful puppets. Then Ji Wen used his divine sense to scan a few million miles outside of the city, searching for something. No people controlling them? Or are they able to hide from me? I guess it does not matter given the current situation. He waved his hand, a multicolored dragon appeared in front of everyone. The Qi Luck dragon roared, then immediately afterward, the aura around the puppets slowly decreased. In just a few seconds, their strength was reduced to the Saint Realm, and it kept on decreasing. However, a golden light flashed from their bodies, then their strength stopped decreasing. On top of that, they returned to their peak states. "What power is that?" muttered Sovereign Ji Wen. "It should belong to the human destiny sword," responded one of the many supreme tier that appeared next to him. "So, it is those damn snakes of Great Wu. But how did they get their hands on such powerful puppets? Last that I know, they never had any refiners that specialize in this field, let alone be powerful enough to create supreme tier ones. This is not important right now, Your Majesty. The important thing is to find a way to deal with these two quasi-emperor puppets. Should I open the emperor formations? No, the price is too big, and with the current war, this is not the best move. In that case, I can only do that." Ji Wen took out a jade talisman and crushed it. Soon after that, two extremely powerful auras manifested themselves deep from the royal palace. Then, two old men with white hair and beard appeared in the sky. Their bodies looked sickly as they were as skinny as bones. A breath of death and decay surrounded them. They looked at the puppets in the sky, then at Ji Wen before nodding to him. The two quasi-emperor opened their mouth and swallowed, then the spiritual energy in the following few domains was instantly swallowed by them. In front of everybody, their bodies slowly returned to normal. They grew muscles, their skins were no longer rough like paper sands, their eyes no longer dull and listless. They looked more normal now. Unfortunately, the decay breath surrounding them did not disappear. After regaining their vigors, they rushed to fight the two quasi-emperors. Knowing the potential destruction that their battle could reach, they dragged the puppets outside of the world, in the endless void. In fact, all the other true monarchs did the same. Meanwhile, Sovereign Ji Wen kept the formation activated to prevent other people from sneak attack the capital, while the other officials went around appeasing the people. Unfortunately, as a result of this, no one actually noticed the invisible shadow that sneaked into the palace. This battle lasted for a few hours, and many people secretly watched the confrontation between these two imperial dynasties. After the war, Sovereign Ji Wen had a meeting with his officials. "Prime Minister, what do you think about this attack?" "It was very strange. There is no way that they believe such an assault would work, so they might have another reason for their attack," replied Zhao Yan. "Any ideas?" "The best theory we can come up with is that they either wanted us to waste resources by activating the Emperor formation, or they wanted is to wake the sleeping Supreme Elders." Everyone sighed after hearing this. During this battle, the two quasi-emperor puppets were partially destroyed but still escaped along with all the others. In times, they can be repaired, however, the same cannot be said for these supreme elders. The reason that they sealed themselves in the first place was that their lifespans reach their end, but now that they have woken up, they can only live for up to 20 years. Also, since their blood vitality has been exhausted, they can no longer reseal themselves. As such, the Great Zhou dynasty just lost two quasi-emperor at the cost of rendering these two puppets usable for a few decades. This is a great loss for them since they are in the middle of a war. How about we also attack their capital? They are probably expecting such an outcome, and we would probably be walking into a trap. So, are we supposed to do nothing after this? We could wake up the sleeping ancestors. That's prosperous. You should know that unless the dynasty is on his last breath, they will and cannot intervene, answered Sovereign G1 to this suggestion. Of course, what he did not say was that some of them might even watch as the dynasty crumbled and disappeared, as this would be a relief for them. Plus, the situation has not become so dire. We just have to focus on winning that war. Everyone nodded their heads before continuing their discussions on how to win this war. Meanwhile, Sun Jialong was receiving someone in Ice Glaze City. He looked at the hooded person in front of him and asked him, "Is everything done accordingly?" "Sir, was there any problem in the process?" Sun Jialong instantly appeared in front of the person, held his head, and squeezed it until his cranium and brain were crushed. "Sorry, I cannot take any risk of my plan leaking." He then looked in the direction of Great Zhou and muttered, "Now that the seed has been planted, all I have to do is wait for it to bear fruit." Sun Jialong walked to his army and ordered, "From now on, we will slow down the march." Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, a supreme land called Soaring Lantern Valley. Inside a cultivation cave, a young man dressed in black sat in the lotus position, and a book floated in front of him. Black chi continuously entered his body, then his body exploded into countless pieces. However, soon afterward, a mysterious power reassembled his body again. The young repeated the process hundreds of times before stopping, then he opened his eyes, which were full of vicissitudes. "Finally refined this life and death book using the immortality granted by this world's heavenly Tao," muttered the young man. "This could be considered something good since my luck has been so poor since coming to this world." The young man stood up to stretch his body. "Now, there are 3 issues I need to deal with. The first is to find a way to create a new body, as my primordial spirit does not agree completely with this one. Second, I need to quickly regain my supreme realm strength. Lastly, I need to find a way to get an identity token to participate in this world's heavenly battle. The Soaring Valley is too weak to have such a thing, nor do they have enough resources for me to back to my peak and beyond." After making his plan, he left his seclusion cave. Outside, a few maids were waiting for him, and as soon as they saw him, they all bowed in unison while saying, "Young Master Huang Yuan." Huang Yuan nodded his head before saying, "Tell the sect master and elders that I'm going to the eastern continent." After that, he ignored the worshipping eyes of these maids and flew away. Chapter 291. Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty, Sovereign G1 was holding an official meeting. However, he sat on his throne with his hand on his chin, looking in the distance. Over the past 500 years, ever since the attack on the capital, the movement of Sun Jialong has slowed down drastically. Although we have lost many territories, we also managed to capture some of them as well, reported the army commander. That's good news. If they continued to move as fast as before, then we would have lost more domains. Not necessarily. The previous tactic, although very fast and effective, had a fatal flaw. The citizens did not feel any sense of belonging to Great Wu. But now, after 500 years, it is more than enough time for them to start identifying as Great Wu citizens instead of Great Zhou. That's true. If we manage to recapture these territories, the citizens might not accept us. It all depends on how Great Wu treated them. The room became quiet for a moment, then someone asked, "So, what's our next step?" Everyone then looked at G1, who was still staring in the distance, completely ignorant of the gaze surrounding him. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Your Majesty, said Prime Minister Zhao Yan. Did you say something? Asked Sovereign Ji Wen. Your Majesty, is everything all right? You have been very absent as of late. Ji Wen sighed before saying, to be honest, I've been feeling that something is wrong for quite some time now. However, I do not know why. Maybe I'm too tired. Zhao Yan frowned. Your Majesty, you're connected with the dragon luck of the dynasty, so your intuitions are sharper than others. If you feel that something is wrong, then there is a high chance that something will happen to you. So, it's better to investigate as soon as possible. Sovereign Ji Wen was about to nod his head when he heard the sound of loud footsteps slowly coming not far away. He frowned as he wondered who dared to break the dynasty's law of not interrupting court meeting unless there was an emergency. Ji Wen's eyebrow raised when he saw who barged inside the meeting. Sewer, what are you doing outside of the royal tomb? Plus, you should know better than to disrupt a court meeting. Unfortunately for Ji Wen, his son just looked at him with cold eyes full of hatred. Then, Ji Su's eyes moved to the court officers in the room. Immediately, many of them moved from their seats and stood behind him. To be precise, more than 3/4 of them, including the commander of the army and the head of the imperial guards, Zhou Fan. Realizing what took place, Ji Wen stood up from his throne. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? Replied Ji Su with a sneer on his face. You unfilial son, why are you doing this? Especially at a time like this? Unfilial son? Ha, laughed Ji Su with a grave hint of madness and sorrow. Are you worthy to say such a thing after what you've done to my brother? Roared Ji Su at his father. Ji Wen took a half step back, then he said, Is this what this is about? Because I could not protect Songer? Do you think that I do not miss him as much as you? Do you think I do not grieve for him every single day? Do you think that I do not blame my weakness and incompetence for not being able to protect my own son? This is not about your weakness, replied Ji Su as he looked down at his hands. Over the past 100 years, I've thought of the situation over and over again, and I realized that given the situation, there was nothing either of us could do. He paused for a moment. Every single moment of my existence, I blame myself for not convincing him of putting his name on the Heavenly Tao Protection Book. That way, all of this would have been avoided. He raised his head to look at Ji Wen straight in the eyes, his own eyes bloodshot. The reason I hate you so much is because of how you reacted after his death. You did absolutely nothing. You lowered your head to his killers like a dog wagging his tail for a few pieces of meat, then moved on with your life as if nothing ever happened. So, what did you expect me to do? Risk the fall of Great Zhou in my hands? Risk the lives of trillions of people? Do not use this lame excuse to hide your power-hungry side, grunted Ji Su. You could have given the throne to someone else and tried to kill Wang Wei on your own, thus fulfilling your duty as a father. That way, even if something went wrong, the Dao opening sect could not place the blame on us as your actions would have been your own. You could have hired an assassin to kill him, then take the blame for it to protect the dynasty. But you did none of that. When the choice was given to you between your role as a ruler and as a father, you chose to be a ruler without any hesitance. This is the reason for today's event. Since you like power so much, I will forcefully take it away from your cold hands, leaving you with nothing. Ji Wen was momentarily silent after hearing this. In that case, there is nothing to say anymore. A golden halberd and armor appeared over his body. He began to control the dynasty's luck to bless himself and increase his power. However, to his horror, he realized that his control over it was slowly decreasing. What have you done? You mean this? Said Ji Su as he held a dragon carving made of the most precious of jade, the imperial seal. Do you think I did not prepare for this in the past few hundred years? Added Ji Su with a smirk. How is that possible? Wait, your mother, said Ji Wen. However, soon after that he spewed a big mouthful of blood, then he fell backward. Luckily for him, he caught the throne behind him. Your Majesty, yelled Prime Minister Zhao Yan as he rushed to the emperor. Many other officers did the same thing, but Zhao Yan gave them a fierce look and prevented them from approaching Ji Wen. Even the queen is related to this situation. I cannot trust anybody, thought Zhao Yan. While the Prime Minister was injecting his origin essence into Ji Wen's body to try to remove the poison, another person walked into the room. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in a long hanfu decorated with red phoenixes. She had a golden crown on her head. "You poisoned me?" muttered Ji Wen with blood all over his teeth as he looked at his wife. They have been together for countless millennia, but now he was dying at her hands. However, the queen did not say anything. She looked at him with sadness, love, pity, and a lot of resentment. "You do not need to worry about dying yet, as the poison I fed you the living dead," said Jisoo. Zhao Yan's face suddenly changed after hearing this. "You want to turn your majesty into a puppet to control the dynasty?" "As astute as ever, Prime Minister. Unfortunately, your loyalty to my father is truly unwavering. It's a shame such a talented individual as yourself has to die like this. The living dead poison can kill a person's body, but keep their souls intact and living inside that body, thus turning them into living dead. Then, the living dead body can be controlled by another person. The best part about this poison is that it is very difficult to spot. I need to buy some time until the Supreme Realm True Monarchs get wind of this situation. This is our best chance of intervening." Zhao Yan stood up and released his domain, preparing to fight. Jisoo smiled after seeing this. "If you think that buying enough time for the True Monarch to come to save you is your best option, then you're greatly mistaken." Meanwhile, inside a secret realm of the great Zhou imperial dynasty, Ji Song's previous Dao protector, Ji Han, installed a powerful formation to prevent many of the remaining True Monarchs from intervening in Jisoo's plan. As for the others, they were either occupied by different battlefields against the Great Wu, or they sided with Jisoo in this rebellion. A few hours later after the incident, the news was released to the great Zhou citizen by the sovereign himself that assassins infiltrated the palace and killed many of the court officials, including the Prime Minister. In honor of these officers' service to the dynasty, there will be a few days of mourning for them. Sun Jiaolong was in a secret room with a communication formation in front of him displaying someone's face. It was Jisoo. "According to our agreements, all the domains in the east belong to you, nothing more," said Jisoo. "I'm happy that you're a man of your words," replied Sun Jiaolong with a smile. "However, I've been thinking that this was not enough. I'm suddenly interested in the western side as well. We had a deal. Nothing was set in stone. Plus, with how weak your dynasty is due to infighting, what can you do in your situation?" added Sun Jiaolong with a sneer. Jisoo looked at him deeply for a moment. Then he said, "In that case, how about we blow this situation out of proportion? Let's wake up the Dao ancestors and immortal venerables of our respective dynasty and let them decide the outcome of this war." Sun Jiaolong immediately became silent. "Oh, that's right. I forgot that your dynasty is full of pseudo-emperors, so the amount of sleeping ancestors you have is pitifully low and there might even be only a few if any at all," added Jisoo with a sneer on his face. With an ugly look on his face, Sun Jiaolong retorted, "How do you know about this? Do you really think that this was a big secret? I'm sure many people have already speculated as much based on how snake-like you people of Great Wu behaved." Sun Jiaolong took a deep breath. "If you do that, then you will pay for your rebellion as well. So what? Compared to placing a greedy mutt like you in his place, it's worth it." Jisoo then ended the communication without saying anything else. As for Sun Jiaolong, he took a deep breath to calm himself down, then he began to conquer the territory that he was granted to according to their previous deal. Dao Opening Sect, transcending Fate Mountain, inside a cultivation room, Wang Wei's good fortune flame was slowly burning his purple soul. This was a sign of breaking through the primordial spirit realm. However, after a few hours, he spat out a mouthful of blood, thus stopping the process. "This is the 13th failure," muttered Wang Wei. "It seems that with how powerful my soul is, ordinary methods will not allow me to enter the primordial spirit realm." End of this volume. Chapter 292. In the past 500 years, Wang Wei has opened his remaining 6 orifices, thus cleansing his spirit and properly finishing the earth stage of the divine body realm. After opening the tongue orifice, his sense of taste drastically increased. If he wanted, he could distinguish all the ingredients including seasoning and heat temperature of any meal that he ate. He even tested this ability with pills. He swallowed a pill with more than 400 ingredients, and he could distinguish all of them alone based on the taste of the pill. The next orifice that he opened were his noses. This granted him the ability to smell things from kilometers away, smell colors, smell the putrid scent of people with negative karma or sins. This was a very bad experience for him. Finally, he opened the eyes' orifices. Despite his expectations, nothing much changed after opening those two orifices. Besides an increase in vision and the power of his true vision granted by his soul slightly increased in strength, nothing much changed. Once all orifices were opened, his body seemed to have become free, more complete. It seems to have evolved to a higher state. For example, even without spiritual energy, he could survive for a few decades or more. He does not need to eat or sleep like a regular person. Furthermore, his body does not decay like ordinary people's. Even if died, his body would remain in perfect shape for a few hundred years. All these abilities were granted to him just because of the divine body realm, not because of his powerful fleshly body. Nevertheless, after entering the peak of the earth stage, Wang Wei realized that because of how powerful he already was, his strength only increased slightly after opening the orifices. He was not happy about this fact. Normally, after someone opened the orifices, they would enter the heaven stage of the divine body realm. In this stage, cultivators will start controlling the power of heaven and earth. Usually, when cultivators fight, they rely on their strength. However, in the divine body realm, they can borrow the might of heaven and earth to destroy their enemies. After all, compared to heaven and earth, most cultivators are nothing but ants crawling on the ground trying to survive. In the divine altar realm, cultivators have to blend their spirit or minds into heaven and earth. In the earth stage of the divine body realm, they open their orifices as a process to cleanse their spirits or minds of earthly restrictions of the body like eating, sleeping, or secretion. Once the spirit reaches a certain level of strength, it can bear the power of heaven and earth. This stage is divided into 9 substages called the 9 heavens. The spirit connects the body with the soul, so they are connected. The more powerful one becomes, the other will follow soon to reach a certain state of balance. And with Wang Wei's paragon soul, his spirit is ridiculously powerful. As such, he knew that he could reach the 9th heaven as soon as he entered the heaven stage. But he was not satisfied with his gains in the earth stage. So, he decided to take another path. The orifices that he opened reminded him of the chakra system from Hinduism in his past life. So, he made the bold assumption that if orifices existed, then the same could be said for chakras. And by opening them, he could further develop the potential of his body. So, he used his unforgettable memory to review his life back on Earth. Because of the nature of his work, Wang Wei had to deal with many international clients. A few of them practiced Taoism, Hinduism, and Buddhism. In an attempt to get close to these clients, he read many scriptures in these religions and their doctrines. Of course, back then he only knew the surface level, enough to have a conversation. Now, he was taking his time to review these scriptures and find the knowledge he wanted. After decades of meditation, he managed to discover the hidden gates of the body that referred to the 7 chakras. After that, Wang Wei opened them one by one using the good fortune flame starting from the root chakra. After opening the root chakra, Muladhara, which was located in the base of his spine, a red light appeared all over his body, followed by an intense earth energy. Then, the gate of this chakra is connected to his spleen, which is also earth-related in nature. The strength of his fleshly body increased by at least 5%. On top of that, his mind seemed to be sublimated. Wang Wei felt more confident, more determined to face any challenge. His already powerful will also strengthens. After opening the sacral chakra, Swadhisthana, located 2 inches below the navel, the chakra gate connected to his kidney, which was also water in nature. His body once again strengthened, and his divine C suddenly increased 10 times in size. Additionally, since this chakra controlled sexual energy, it also connected to the ears, genitals, and anus orifices. Wang Wei's ability to control his emotion and sexual urges strengthened after this chakra opened. The next chakra opened was the solar plexus, manipura, located in the upper abdomen in the stomach area. This chakra was related to the fire element, so it connected to his heart. This chakra removed a lot of Wang Wei's self-doubt about the future. No matter what occurred, he was prepared to face any challenge in his path of cultivation. Even his slight fear of Tian was gone. Next was the heart chakra, anahata, located just above the heart. This chakra made him easier to accept and give love. After opening it, the little mistrust he had about Wu Hong because of all the secrets were removed. He fully accepted her and all her mystery. The fifth chakra was the throat chakra, Vishuddha. This chakra connected with his tongue orifice, and Wang Wei gained a new ability. The opening of this chakra allowed him to be even more open about his ambitions or desire to become free and unfettered. And since his pursuit of the Tao was reinforced, so was his Tao heart. The sixth chakra was the third eye chakra, Ajna. After opening it, a third eye appeared on his forehead. With it, he could now see so many things that even his true vision ability could not even see. Plus, the eye has had a powerful ability that came with it. Finally, he opened the last one, the crown chakra, Sahasrara. This one was the most beneficial to him yet. After opening it, all the 7 chakras connected to one another, his body turned golden. His sea of consciousness rapidly expanded along with his soul, which finally reached the level of the supreme realm. Following this, he immediately entered the 9th heaven of the heaven stage and beyond. His true will or Du realm, as the previous devil god mentioned, further strengthens. However, Wang Wei still did not know how to use this power besides destroying the cultivation of people with weak foundations. A large number of impurities came out of his body, mostly coming from his blood, as this was the only untempered part of his body. A large amount of vitality was then infused into his blood, slowly turning it purple. After opening all his chakras, Wang Wei underwent a tremendous transformation that drastically increased his strength. After that, he immediately added these methods to his Transcending Fate Sutra, further optimizing and updating it. Then, he went to Battle Tower to fight against the clone of the Battle Maniac Emperor to solidify his foundation and control his power. While Wang Wei was going through his training, Ji Su stood in front of a tomb with Ji Wen bowing to it. It was Ji Song's tomb. Little Song, unfortunately, with my talent and strength, I cannot avenge you. However, please be at peace, for in this world, strength is not the only way to kill someone. He looked in the direction of the Tao opening sect, his eyes filled with hatred and ruthlessness. Having made some kind of decision, Ji Su allowed his father to remain a puppet to control the dynasty, then he headed for the western White Tiger continent. He did not know where his path of vengeance would lead him, but he was willing to pay anything for it, even his life. Chapter 293. Inside the battle tower, Wang Wei was battling the clone of the Battle Maniac Emperor. However, he was struggling in this fight, the reason being that this clone had a cultivation level of the supreme realm. Wang Wei clenched his fist, a golden light flashed through his fist, then he punched forward. Bang! Everything shook as if Mother Nature had lost her patience and decided to eradicate mankind for their atrocities. The mere shockwave of his fist was enough to destroy a middle thousand world and all its trillion inhabitants. Unfortunately, his attack had little effect. The Dharma body behind the Battle Maniac Emperor casually waved his hand and blocked the attack, then punched Wang Wei himself. Without hesitation, Wang Wei's innate shield, which had turned golden in color, surrounded him to block the attack. That single punch instantly annihilated the ground that Wang Wei was standing on. As such, he found himself and the clone fighting in the void. Although he blocked that attack, he was not intact. The shockwave was enough to shake his organs. Additionally, he could feel the fighting law that the Battle Maniac cultivated taking effect. Over time, his fighting ability and instinct began to decrease, while the opposite was true for his opponent. With each second, the latter grew more and more powerful. His attacks became sharper, his battle intuition drastically increased as he could always pinpoint the weakness of all of Wang Wei's attacks. Knowing that losing the battle was inevitable at this rate, he decided to be more serious. Then, a vision appeared behind Wang Wei. Visions can increase a cultivator's battle strength by a few folds. Usually, an increase between 2 times to 9 times the increase. However, Wang Wei's vision gave him an 18-fold increase. After showing his vision, Wang Wei started to use the power of heaven and earth from the heaven stage in the divine body realm. The 9 heavens of this stage have the same function as the visions, an increase in battle strength. The first heaven is equal to a 9-fold increase in strength, the second heaven is 18-fold, the third heaven 27-fold. To the 9th heaven, which grants cultivators an 81-fold increase in strength. The minimum requirement for all cultivators to enter the primordial spirit realm is to reach the 4th heaven. 4 heaven chosens like Lin Fan, their visions gave them a 9-fold increase in strength, and when they reach the 9th heaven stage, the vision will stack up, granting them a maximum of 90-fold increase. As for Wang Wei, his vision should have provided him a 99-fold increase, but because of how unique his earth stage was and how powerful his spirit is, he went beyond the 9th heaven. According to his calculation, he currently has an increase of 270-fold. So, after using the power of heaven and earth to increase his strength, adding to that his fleshly body that was now on par with true monarchs, Wang Wei was able to fight with the clone of the battle-maniac emperor. In the end, he still lost. After all, the clone had all the abilities of the emperor when he was in that realm, and Wang Wei is still in the divine body realm. Nevertheless, he still fought for 3 days non-stop before being defeated. Then, Wang Wei went to challenge his father again. This time, he survived until the 36th sword. After gaining control of his strength, he went back to retreat. Sitting in the lotus position, Wang Wei looked inward to his divine sea. He controlled the ancient lamp with the good fortune flame to enter his sea of consciousness. Immediately afterward, he placed the power of heaven and earth inside the lamp to fuel the good fortunate flame. The 13-colored flame instantly rose in intensity, then Wang Wei guided the flame to his purple soul. Normally, the good fortune flame would burn the soul to remove the impurities, then slowly transform it into a primordial spirit, thus allowing him to enter the next stage of cultivation. Unfortunately for Wang Wei, nothing happened. No matter how much he tried to burn his soul, it was not affected in the least bit. After the 13th attempt, he vomited a mouthful of blood because of backlash. "This is the 13th failure," muttered Wang Wei. "It seems that with how powerful my soul is, ordinary methods will not allow me to enter the primordial spirit realm." After that, he took a healing pill before leaving his seclusion. As soon as he came out, he saw Wu Hong was waiting for him. She immediately noticed his slightly pale complexion. More importantly, she felt like he was different from before. She felt like the two of them suddenly become closer, like he truly accepted her. "Failed?" she asked. "Yeah. How do you feel?" "Just a little annoyed, that's all," replied Wang Wei as he smiled, then hugged her. "What are you going to do now?" "Well, luckily for me, you warned me about this a few hundred years ago. So, I did make some preparations, but I do not know how effective it will be." "What will you do if you are forever unable to enter the primordial spirit realm?" "Worst case scenario, I will abandon the origin system, travel to other world communities to find a system that fits me the best. Or I just create one of my own, or I just concentrate on body refining. I still have a lot of options." "It's good that you have other options. Let me ask you, why do I feel like you're different?" Wang Wei then explained to her the chakra system that he used and how it affected his mind and spirit. He even told her about the little mistrust he had about her. Wu Hong was not surprised about this fact as she knew him quite well. This system seems to have some origin with Buddhism. It's quite interesting and it has a lot of potentials. After saying that, she handed him a piece of paper. "What's this?" Wang Ju came by to hand over information regarding important events that happened in the past 500 years. Wang Wei scanned the paper and only took notice of a few things. One was Sun Jialong's capture of a large territory of the Great Zhou Imperial Dynasty. The second was that the Fate Guards have theorized that something weird or shady happened inside the Great Zhou. However, They could not gather more information because of how tight security has been lately in Great Zhou. The third was the fact that Jian Wushuang seemed to be traveling around the world, challenging different kinds of swordsmen. The fourth was the fact that Lu Meishio was spotted in the northern Black Tortoise continent. Lastly, the Loose Cultivator Alliance just endorsed someone from the lower realm as their heaven chosens in this generation with an identity token. This person's name is Huang Yuan. As for the other people, all of them seem to focus on cultivating and have not shown up in the past few hundred years. After reading all this news, Wang Wei did not care as he had much better things to worry about. Currently, the majority of these people have just entered the earth stage of the divine body realm, while he's about to enter the primordial spirit. However, his paragon quality soul is preventing him from doing so. He has to focus on dealing with this problem. One last thing, said Wu Hong. Grandma sent you some Longxue tea. Really? In that case, let's go drink some while I talk to her. Later that day, Wang Wei and Wu Hong had a meeting with the upper echelons of the sect. So, you failed? Asked his grandfather. Although we expected this, it's still troublesome, added Wang Tian. Luckily, we have prepared beforehand the things you asked for. After that, he led everyone to a secret realm. Inside, a few million people were sitting cross-legged. The odd thing about these people was the fact that they were all in the supernatural realm, and they had a similar aura to Wang Wei. 1,000,000 supernatural realm cultivators that cultivated your transcending fate sutra. With countless resources, the sect was able to cultivate them so quickly, said Wang Tian. Looking at these people, Wang Wei said, hopefully, this plan works, otherwise, I will have to go back to the drawing board. All right, we will begin a month from now. Chapter 294. Wang Wei sat in the middle of a large formation with all the millions of supernatural realm cultivators surrounding him. His ancient lamp floating above his head, burning brightly with 13 different colors. At the same time, all the supernatural realm cultivators also had their ancient lamps floating in front of them as well. Numerous runes from the formatting activated, then the 12-colored flame of these supernatural realms separated from them before rushing toward Wang Wei in the center. His 13-colored flame absorbed these flames. His good fortune flame did not add any more color afterward, but the intensity that the flame burned drastically increased. The flame rose a few hundred meters to the sky. Luckily, this was a large space surrounded by a protective formation. After seeing this phenomenon, Wang Wei hurriedly directed the lamp and the flame into his sea of consciousness in an attempt to refine his soul. While all of this was happening, the upper echelons of the sect were closely monitoring him to ensure that nothing happened. Wouldn't it be better to use divine body realm cultivators instead? Asked one of the elders. No. The good fortune flame of divine body realm cultivators has been infused with their goals, dreams, or aspirations. If he used them instead, his soul would most likely be corrupted, answered true monarch Yan Qin. After this brief conversation, all of them quieted down, waiting for Wang Wei to finish. This wait lasted for 3 days. Wang Wei, who was closing his eyes all this time, suddenly opened them, vomited a big mouthful of blood. Failed? Asked Wang Tian, who suddenly appeared next to him. Wang Wei just nodded his head. Everyone then became somber after hearing this. Young master, how about trying the method you suggested to break your soul into small connected pieces so that it is easier to refine? I think this method was truly genius. Don't say stupid things, said Wang Chang. The soul is yin in nature, and only by entering the primordial spirit realm will it acquire yang attribute, thus allowing it to not only exist in the real world without problem but also give it a certain malleable nature. If you try to break a yin soul into small pieces, the likely scenario is a real soul injury that is hard to cure, especially with how high in-quality virus is. Wang Wei agreed with his grandfather. After learning about the possible difficulty he would face in breaking through the next realm, he began to plan ahead. One of his plans was based on a novel he read on his past life where the cultivation system allowed people to break their souls into hundreds if not millions of pieces that are connected to one another. As long as one piece of the soul was left intact, it could grow back to its original size. Furthermore, each piece of the soul has a certain amount of strength, making it very versatile in nature and able to do many things. In that case, what about we try the divine body method previously stated? As for the impure will in them, can we find another method to deal with afterward? Suggested Great Elder Yen Mei. Everyone then looked at Wang Wei for him to make a decision. You guys have the right idea, but this method will not work. 1,000,000 divine body cultivators will not be effective. So, what you're saying is that as long as the intensity of the good fortune flame is enough, you can succeed? Asked Wu Hong. Although I failed in this attempt, I noticed a very tiny part of my soul was refined. Although it was probably 0.000000001% of it, this showed me that it is possible. So, what we have to accomplish is to find a way to increase the intensity of the good fortune flame, summarizes Yu Yen. How are we supposed to do that? Add a few more billions of supernatural realm cultivators? Although it would take some time and resources, it should be possible, said Wang Tian. No one in this room cares about sacrificing a few billion lives for the sake of Wang Wei. It's better if your breakthrough does not involve so much karmic debt, said Wu Hong. At this time, I don't think we can care about such trivialities, said one of the other elders. Many people agreed with that elder. However, Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong and asked, "What are you thinking? You should know that your greatest threat to the throne is Di Tian. Given how long he has lived and the fact that he controls the Tao of reincarnation, there is a high chance that he also knows something about karma. If you ever confront him with such a large karmic debt, well, Wang Wei realized that she was right. Do you have a solution to my current problem? Both yes and no. I could seal the quality of your soul, which would allow you to easily enter the primordial spirit realm. However, you would lose all the benefits it comes with until you prove the Tao." Benefit? What benefit? So far, this thing has been nothing but a nuisance. The majority of your monster-level comprehension comes from it, added Wu Hong. Wang Wei took a deep breath. He did not want to give up his advantage. What else? Although I do not have a way to solve your problem, I can point you in a direction. That's Buddhism. Buddhism? What do they have to do with anything? Asked Yu Yen. The incense era began because a monk discovered that he could use the power of faith to refine his soul and enter the primordial spirit realm. Using faith to refine the soul? That's a good idea, replied Wang Chang. However, this method has long been lost through time. I doubt even the Taoist sect still has access to one. Unless you have that method? Unfortunately, I do not, replied Wu Hong. However, you can recreate it. I'm glad that you have so much trust in me, but I know only a little bit about Buddhism from the small books I've read in the library. Without any information to go on with, I'm also at loss. In that case, we'll give you more information, said Wang Chang. Indeed. I think it's about time you visited the sect's secret archive, said Wang Tian. Secret archive? That's the first time I've heard about it, commented Wang Wei. That's because it was not time for you to have access to it yet. Then, Wang Tian led the group to a secret location of the sect. As soon as Wang Wei entered there, he saw a vast library with rows filled with books, jade talisman, and some stone carvings that had mysterious light emanating from them. In one of the rows, he saw the words, Emperor's Scripture, written as the title. Does the sect have other Emperor's Scriptures? Of course, replied his father. Where did they come from? And why have I never heard of them before? A few of them came from destroyed lineages, some came from predecessors who were lucky enough to the legacy of a great emperor, and the remaining ones came from other worlds. As for the reason that you never heard of them, there are two. One, none of these scriptures are considered orthodox, so we usually hide them. Well, not just us, but most emperor lineages do the same. You guys are just too old-fashioned, replied Wang Wei. Wang Tian glared at him, then said, The second and most important reason is the fact that all these scriptures are somewhat incomplete. What do you mean? Asked Wang Wei with a frown on his face. All the emperor's scriptures are unique and can be considered relics because they have been baptized by the Tao rhyme of their creators. The Tao rhyme allows people to more easily understand these scriptures. Even when copies of the originals are made, they still contain the Tao rhymes. However, those scriptures that were taken outside do not contain Dao rhyme, so they essentially become very esoteric writings that are hard to learn. Only truly talented individuals could become enlightened on them. Is this some kind of fail-safe that great emperors use to prevent their scripture from being spread? That's correct. In that case, what about the sect's predecessors who rightfully got these emperor scriptures? They must have done so through trial, or because they were fated with them, wouldn't they have access to the original scriptures and Dao rhymes? Asked Wang Wei. You would think so, but no. Most scriptures left as inheritance are usually created by loose cultivator emperors or the ones with no faction or attraction to the mortal realm. As such, when they leave their inheritance, the first person who gets it usually absorbs all the Dao rhymes in the book to help their enlightenment. And in certain cases, the scripture would be immediately destroyed afterward, and bans will be placed in their souls to prevent them from leaking them. Of course, this is just the extreme case. Chapter 295. After briefly explaining the rules and origin of the secret archive to Wang Wei, Wang Tian and the other upper echelon of the sect began to gather all information or knowledge regarding Buddhism. A few hours later, a small pile of books and jade talismans was placed in front of Wang Wei. That's it, he asked. Although this amount looked large, compared to the amount of information regarding other subjects, this was quite disappointing. You should be glad that our sect has so much information left. As you know, information about Buddhism was mostly lost after the incense era, replied Wang Tian. Wang Wei nodded his head, sat cross-legged on the floor, opened a book and read it. However, a few minutes later, a frown appeared on his face. He then quickly opened many of the books, used his divine sense to read some of the jade talismans. The reason for his odd behavior was that he quickly realized that he could not understand the words in these books. He knew the language they were written in, but every time he focused on them, a vague shadow seemed to cover his mind, making it impossible to understand what he was reading. Additionally, Wang Wei realized that he could not remember any of the things he read. A few seconds after reading anything, the information seemed to vanish from his mind. With his perfect memory and powerful soul, this was very odd. So, he raised his head to look at his family. His father raised his shoulder and said, "This is a normal situation for anything related to Buddhism. And according to our records, this phenomenon is the same in different worlds across different world communities." So powerful? Everyone nodded their heads. Is there a way to go around it? Otherwise, this whole plan will be obsolete. Well, one of our ancestors left a passage telling future descendants how to deal with the situation. Wang Chang then handed Wang Wei a scroll. He opened it and read a single phrase inside the entire page. Only those who have Buddha in their hearts can become enlightened. That's it? He asked. More importantly, why so cryptic? No one could give him an answer. By now, Wang Wei was used to his ancestors always being cryptic and esoteric when doing things. Even he has started to become that way since he began controlling the power of fate. Taking a deep sigh, Wang Wei closed his eyes and entered a deep state of meditation. In his mind, he began to picture a massive golden Buddha in his mind based on a statue he saw in his previous life. The golden Buddha was vast, majestic, and had a benevolent smile on his face. He gave the feeling that he wanted to save all sentient beings and guide them to escape the shackles of reincarnation by becoming enlightened. While Wang Wei was picturing the golden Buddha, the same figure appeared in his sea of consciousness. Then, Wang Wei unconsciously chanted, "Namo Amitabhaya Tathagataya." As soon as he said these words, 7 golden lights flew from his 7 chakra and entered his sea of consciousness to blend with the golden Buddha. Following this, the Buddha left Wang Wei's sea of consciousness and manifested in the real world. It exuded a golden light that enveloped the entire secret archive. And everyone that the lights touched felt peaceful, their minds at ease like they were in the embrace of their loving mother. Then, they felt like a heavy weight or burden was lifted from their shoulders. Immediately, these people checked their bodies and discovered that the cultivation bottleneck that they were facing loosened up a little. As for the true monarchs, they felt like the hidden injuries inside their bodies were healed slightly, thus increasing their lifespan. Even a quasi-emperor like Wang Chang felt the same. The upper echelons of the sect smiled after seeing this, thinking that not only had Wang Wei succeeded, but also benefited from this experience. Unfortunately for them, their happy smiles did not last long. A few seconds after the Golden Buddha manifested, everything in the small world that the secret archive was located in suddenly stopped moving as if frozen in time. Even Wang Chang, the person with the highest cultivation in the room, was also frozen in time. Then, a mighty and mysterious force seemed to descend into the room. The first thing it did was destroy the Golden Buddha, then it entered Wang Wei's mind, trying to forcefully eradicate all his memories and knowledge regarding Buddhism. During the entire process, Wang Wei was incapable of moving or doing anything. Although his mind still worked properly, he could not do anything at all. Even his soul was useless at this moment. However, something else in his body did work. It was the will granted by him from the Duyu realm. The will manifested itself in his own and resisted the mysterious force that was invading Wang Wei's mind. Unfortunately, it was too weak. Knowing this, the will immediately fused with Wang Wei's soul, then used its power to resist, and it was somewhat successful. Nevertheless, it just managed to delay the time that mysterious force took effect. While all of this was happening, Wang Wei for the first time in a very long time felt very powerless. He suddenly remembered his confrontation at the last trial in the pagoda. How weak and helpless he was against that giant hand. Then, a wave of intense anger overcame him, thinking about the misery he suffered at that time. And with that anger, came another powerful will residing inside his body, his own will. It was the will that could defy the odds, make the impossible possible. It was the will he used to make the wrath of heaven bleed, even though this should not be possible. Then Wang Wei snorted. The snort echoed throughout the secret archive before traveling throughout the entire small world. And the snort was not about to stop. It seemed to want to travel further into the void, to echo throughout all heaven and myriad worlds. Unfortunately, or fortunately, countless runes suddenly appeared to surround the small world to prevent it from traveling far. Nevertheless, even those runes trembled and cracked before stopping it. As for the person who used them, she became pale for a moment, then a small trace of blood slid down the corner of her mouth. However, Wu Hong quickly wiped the blood, then used some secret technique to return her pale complexion to normal. Meanwhile, after Wang Wei snorted, he used his own will to instantly crush that mysterious force. Then, everyone could finally move again. But they all had a look of horror on their faces. "What was that?" asked Yu Yan. No one answered her. Of course, she knew that this was a rhetorical question. Well, she was wrong. "That's the absolute beginning magic," replied Wu Hong. Everyone then looked at her. The absolute beginning emperor had an unnatural hatred for Buddhism, so after becoming an eternal emperor, he cast a magic that cut off the beginning of Buddhism, thus eradicating them from existence. Anything related to Buddhism will be wiped out by the magic. Wu Hong suddenly paused. Now that I think about it, there is something wrong with this situation. Whether it is your 7-chakra system or the manifested Buddha, none of that should be possible under this magic. Unless it was broken, or someone discovered a loophole in it. "Is that a bad thing?" asked Wang Wei. "Not really. I'm just thinking that this guy spent all his life fighting the Buddhist sect to the point of him even being killed, and yet, someone still managed to crack his magic. I can imagine him fuming in his grave," responded Wu Hong with a smirk. "The absolute beginning emperor is dead?" asked Yu Yan in surprise. "Well, yes and no. To beings like him, death is not really the end. It's more like he's in a state of existence and non-existence." "Limbo?" "Well, it's more complex than that, but you can think of it that way." The people nodded but did not ask any further. By now, they were used to Wu Hong's mystery or strangeness. And many of them had different theories on her real identity. Although a lot of people did not fully trust her because of this, they trusted Wang Wei's ability to judge people. After this brief chat, Wang Wei was prepared to go back to his reading. However, an old man suddenly appeared in the room and said, "What's going on here? What just happened?" Wang Wei was instantly on alert as this old man was a true monarch. However, his father just raised his hand to motion him to calm down. This Supreme Elder Li Tan, he's the guardian of the secret archive, explained Wang Tian. Then he went to explain the situation to Li Tan. After hearing the entire story, the old man nodded, then, without saying anything else, he disappeared. Don't mind, said Wang Tian. His personality has always been like that. Wang Wei just nodded his head as he did not care about things like that since he had more important work to do. Chapter 296. After this weird encounter with the absolute beginning magic, Wang Wei returned back to the pile of books. However, unlike before, he had no problem reading or memorizing the contents. It seemed that his method worked. So, he spent the next few weeks going over every detail regarding Buddhism in order to find a way to use incense to refine his soul. Did you find the method? Asked his father. No, responded Wang Wei as he shook his head. All I learned was that some Buddhist monks in that era used something called sentient being flame to refine their souls. This flame was created from gathering incense from all living beings, hence the name. So, it was no use? Not necessarily. Although I did not find the method, I did come up with an idea on how to succeed. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this, then they gathered around him to wait for his explanation. Then, Wang Wei explained to them the step-by-step plan that he came up with in the past few days. Everyone was quiet after hearing this, trying to process the information they just received. Well, although your plan is a little crazy, it might work, said Wang Tian. However, there are still a few things that are needed. They won't be easy to acquire. The hardest part would be getting your hands into the origin pill flame scripture, said Yu Yan. Fu Kaiyun is a nasty individual. The reason that he's the only one able to cultivate that scripture is not only because of his talent, but because he secretly killed any talented alchemists that have any remote chance of overcoming him. Plus, there is the fact that the origin pill flame scripture requires both a high talent for alchemy and an unprecedented devotion to Pill Dao. Although your talent in alchemy might meet the requirement, you only minor in Pill Dao. I have taken into account the problem of the scripture and have a plan for that, replied Wang Wei. As for Fu Kaiyun, I'll deal with him after infiltrating the origin Pill Dao sect. Everyone nodded with him, then Wu Hong handed him a book. This is a devil technique on how to cultivate the sin flame. Since incense power contains the power of emotion, this might help you. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this as he thought of something. He motioned everybody to quiet down, then took out a communication talisman. Hopefully she is not in retreat, muttered Wang Wei. A few seconds later, a beautiful woman with green hair appeared in front of him. She exuded an unnatural charm that would make any man tempted with just a look. Young Master Wang Wei, what took you so long to contact me? I thought you had forgotten poor little me. Young Lady Suya, as you can guess, I've been busy cultivating and time flew by. I'm sorry that I did not contact you sooner. Man, all of you always have an excuse. So, to what I owe this sudden call? Couldn't I just want to talk to a beautiful woman? Why do you think that I want something from you? As much as I would want to flirt with you, I'm currently busy. So go on with your business. Plus, I'm sure your Dao partner would not appreciate your actions. Wang Wei gave a slight glance at Wu Hong, however, she had a calm look on her face throughout the entire process. Couldn't she just fake being jealous? In that case, I'll be direct. I'm calling you for an exchange. I want your understanding to turn emotions into flames. That's an odd request. Why would you want something like that? I don't think that information has anything to do with our exchange. True. So, what do I get in return? I have a rare devil race cultivation from the devil era that turns sins and depravity into flame. I think that's a fair exchange. Suya was slightly surprised as this exchange was indeed worth it as she could get something so precious from ancient time. After pondering for a moment, she said, Unfortunately, I'll have to decline. This time, it was Wang Wei who was surprised. But this is a fair trade. In fact, you would benefit more in this transaction. Exactly. From what I know about you, you are not the kind of person that likes to suffer losses even a small amount. Since you're willing to do so for an exchange, This means that what you want is either truly valuable or very important. So, no matter what, it'll prevent you from getting it. After all, you already have so many advantages ahead of us heaven chosen in this generation, there is no need for you to have more, replied Suya with a gentle smile on her face. Wang Wei's eyes turned cold, but the smile on his face still remained. I'm a man who always gets what he wants, Lady Suya. Since trading does not work, let's try blackmail. Hee, I would like to see what you use to blackmail me. If I'm not mistaken, said Wang Wei slowly, at this moment, you should be laying out your plans to kill Jian Wushuang. Suya squinted her eyes, then laughed out loud with her melodious voice echoing from the talisman. Young Master Wang Wei, if you think that telling Jian Wushuang my plan can be used as blackmail, then you've greatly underestimated my abilities. Is that so? Answered Wang Wei. In that case, let me tell you a little story. There was this little orphan girl born in a small village. Because her parents died young, she was always made fun of by the children of the village. Luckily for her, she was born with a special physique, so she could charm these children and make them do her bidding. Nevertheless, her trauma from being made fun of for not having any parents remained her heart. Until one day, an immortal-like lady recognized her talent and took her to the path of cultivation. This little girl was very talented in cultivation and always bested her peers. She was popular amongst her sect's disciples, and she managed to attain a very high status. However, there was something missing in her life: parental love. The little girl always looked at her master who brought her into the path of cultivation as a mother figure. However, her master was always cold and detached, treating her as nothing but a tool to make the sect prosper. However, one day, the little girl created a plan to deal with the sect's other heaven chosen. After her master saw the plan, because it had a sense of poetic justice, the master was pleasantly surprised. For the first time in her life, the little girl saw her master smile, received her compliment. For the first time in her life after her parents' death, she received the maternal love she had been dreaming about. What do you think about this story? Suya looked at Wang Wei with fury in her eyes. If eyes could kill, she would completely annihilate every single particle of his existence. Send someone with a contract and the technique, and make sure to add the condition to keep your stinking mouth shut. After saying that, she disconnected the talisman. Immediately after that, Suya threw a temper tantrum in her cultivation room, destroying everything in sight. As for Wang Wei, he smirked as he muttered, "People who play with emotions are always easily influenced by it." "Sometimes I forget how devious you can be," commented Yu Yen with a slight smile. "You are definitely my son. It's good that you can use your head to deal with problems instead of your swords." She was looking at Wang Tian after saying the last part. However, the sect master ignored his wife. Although he was like that in his younger years, after years of being a sect master, he also became a cunning old fox. "What's the next step?" asked Wang Tian. "Next, I need to divine something." Wang Wei then took out the 8 trigram turtle shell from his space ring. He used his fate power to activate. Immediately after that, he found himself in a river made of uncountable lines. At the center of the river was a spinning wheel creating more strings. This was the river of fate. Standing on the river, Wang Wei closed his eyes to feel something, then he plunged his hand on the river to take out a single string. Immediately afterward, he opened his eyes which glowed gray. "I need someone to go to this coordinate and find this world," said Wang Wei. "I'll go," said Wang Cheng. "That way it would be faster." Then he broke the space and entered the endless void. Using his powerful quasi-emperor cultivation realm, he began rapid successive teleportation with each teleportation taking him a few million light years away. Chapter 297. After spending an entire day constantly teleporting, Wang Cheng realized that the coordinate of this world was farther than he anticipated. The only reason he did not use a void boat was because he was faster than it, but even with his cultivation technique, he knew that he might take a while to get there. Not wanting to waste time, he took out a space treasure from his space ring, then crushed it with his bare hand. The destruction of the treasure created a large amount of spatial energy. So, Wang Chang used this energy to support his teleportation. Previously, he could only teleport a few million light years in a single instance, not he could teleport a few billion light years. As such, by constantly destroying space treasure and using such a wasteful method, Wang Chang arrived at his destination in just 6 days instead of 6 months. After arriving at the coordinate, Wang Chang immediately noticed something odd about the world he was sent to discover. Unlike the majority of worlds that were covered by a transparent dome, this one was covered by a crystal wall. With an intriguing look on his face, he approached it before using his divine sense to scan for some information. "Huh," muttered Wang Chang with a slight surprise. After scanning with his divine sense, he could only acquire 2 pieces of information. 1. This world is only a middle thousand world. 2. This world is larger than most greater thousand worlds, even approaching heaven-will worlds in size. What puzzled Wang Chang was the fact that he could not gather any information with how powerful his divine sense is. So, he decided to check it out himself. Wang Chang rushed straight into the world. Bang! He was bounced back by the crystal wall, preventing him from entering. "Interesting," muttered Wang Chang, who then clenched his fist and hit the world barrier. Boom! The barrier trembled slightly, but nothing happened. This time, Wang Chang was truly surprised. His attack was at the level of void-shattering realm, and since this world is only a middle thousand world, the highest level of cultivator it can hold is the primordial spirit realm. As such, his attack should not only break the shield, but shake the entire world. With great interest, Wang Chang began to increase the strength of each of his attacks. However, even after using an attack at the level of supreme, the crystal wall shook for a moment before blocking the attack. In anger, Wang Chang called his Dharma bottom, fused it with himself, then used the most powerful attack of his Overlord Fist, Frowny Face Tyrant Sovereign Fist. A massive explosion occurred in the void, spreading to a few 100 million light years away. A few world remnants that were floating in the void were instantly annihilated by the shockwave of that attack. Unfortunately, Wang Chang's attack, which was strong enough to even destroy a great thousand world or at least severely injure one, was blocked the crystal shield, and it was quite easy too. Floating in the empty void, Wang Chang had a serious look on his face as he realized the seriousness of the situation. He began to think to himself, there is only way for such a thing to be possible. One of the great emperors from our world or a Tao ancestor placed that shield on this world. However, the question is why? Well, it's not necessarily them. This world is very far away. To be exact, it's located at the intersection of our world community with another. So, there is the possibility that someone from another world community came here and placed that protection. After coming to this conclusion, he pondered whether to retreat as things got a little too complicated. However, an idea popped in his head, so he decided to try it before returning to the sect. He took out a demonic beast from his space ring before sending it inside the world. And unlike when he tried, the beasts easily passed through the crystal wall. Wang Chang's eyes lit up, then he tried a few more times. Some beasts managed to enter, while some did not. So he muttered, "So, that's how it is. Since this world is a middle thousand world, the shield only allows people in the primordial spirit realm and below to enter. I guess the person who made this shield wanted to protect this world from foreign invasion." After coming to this conclusion, Wang Chang took out a bunch of materials from his space ring to create a teleportation array connecting to the Tao opening sect. A few days later, he finished and teleported back. After Wang Chang's return, another meeting took place in Tianwei Peak. Everyone had a serious look on their faces while analyzing the information that they received. "Personally, I think it would be best to choose another world," said Great Elder Li Jiang. "This world seemed to be too mysterious and might create too many variables." However, Wang Wei shook his head. "I divine this world as the one with the highest chance of success, and the information has proven that I was right. Indeed, this world is only a middle thousand world, but as large as some weak heaven-will world. So, the population should be relatively large," commented Yu Yan. "The question now is, what do we do with the cultivation level restriction?" "Easy, just send Li Jun and Tai Gang. It's about time that they moved their muscles around," replied Wang Wei. That's a good method. However, the plan will take longer than previously expected if we do that, added Wang Tian. Anyway, we have plenty of time. There is no need to hurry. Soon after the meeting ended, Li Jun and Tai Gang were summoned and given information about the world they were going to and their mission there. Then, they immediately organized their armies and used the teleportation array that Wang Chang made to teleport to the void next to the strange world. In order to make things easier for them, Wang Wei even sent Wang Ju and a few elites of the Shadow Guards to help them with information. As for Wang Wei, after the group left, he pretended to enter a retreat while disguising himself and secretly traveling to the southern Vermilion Bird continent. The next step of his plan lay there. And, sorry about the short chapter, but I'm really not in the mood to write today. Since I did not post a chapter yesterday, I forced myself to write one for today. Chapter 298. Dao Opening Sect. Wu Hong looked at Wang Wei departing back deep in thought. According to the original timeline, Wang Wei was supposed to lose the power of his Paragon Soul after entering reincarnation. Although he was still granted exceptional talent because of it, it was nothing compared to now. Additionally, the memories of his past life were not supposed to be reawakened until he entered the Saint Realm. Now, everything is different. And with my memories incomplete, the amount of things I can do to help is decreasing with each passing day. Nevertheless, there are a few things that remain the same in this timeline. For example, Di Tian being his main obstacle and a few other things. Although I cannot stop Di Tian for him, I can still prevent some of the tragedies he suffered before and make sure that he does not become someone corrupted by revenge. After thinking like this, he left the sect and headed to the western White Tiger continent. Meanwhile, Wang Wei changed his hair and eye color and turned into a completely different person before leaving the sect. This time, he was not accompanied by Yanqin. The reason for that is that it is easier for him to be caught with his Dao protector accompanying him. Another is that his strength has reached the point that he did not really need a Dao protector anymore. With this current power, only a few peak Supreme Realm powerhouses and Quasi-Emperor can pose a threat to him. And if he focused all his attention on escaping, he has a very high chance to do so. After disguising himself, Wang Wei headed to Dao Preaching City, which was the main city of the Dao Opening Sect located at the foot of the mountain. As he walked in the streets, he saw most mortals had happy and healthy lives. They spoke like educated people, had lights in their houses, drove cars, constructs, or used trains or planes to travel long distances. Cultivators could also be seen everywhere in the city, living peacefully with mortals. Wang Wei secretly nodded in satisfaction after seeing this. Then he headed to the south of the city where the transcontinental teleportation array was located. After arriving at his destination, he used a Guess Elder token of the Dao Opening Sect to get priority access to the array and a discount on the price. After paying a large sum of money, he had to wait another 3 days before it was time for the array to be activated. When the day arrived, Wang Wei used the array along with a few other merchants and cultivators that were headed to the south as well. Standing in front of the array, a flash of light enveloped him and Wang Wei felt like he was inside a dishwasher for a brief moment. Then he was standing on a completely different platform. A few of the merchants that came with him started vomiting on the floor, while some of the cultivators had a pale look on their faces. Wang Wei gave these people a look before ignoring them and leaving. The persona he was playing was of a cold and indifferent man, a man of few words. After leaving the teleportation area, Wang Wei began to visit this city. The first thing he noticed was the strange smell that seemed to envelop the city. It was the smell of medicine. The second thing he noticed was that there were a large number of professionals, whether it was alchemists, talisman makers, refiners, etc. All of them had a pin of their clothes. The pin will have a tier written on it, followed by low, middle, or top. However, so far, Wang Wei has mostly seen low-tier individuals, while the highest person he encountered was middle tier 2. From what he knows, the tier referred to the grade of the individual in his profession. Tier 1 is profound grade, Tier 2 is earth grade, Tier 3 is heaven grade. This division is to show what grade of products that a professional can refine. For example, a top tier 2 alchemist can refine top-grade earth-grade pills, which is used by primordial spirit realm cultivators. Tier 3 alchemists can refine heaven-grade pills, Tier 4 saint pills, Tier 5 supreme pills, Tier 6 quasi-emperor pills, and Tier 7 emperor-grade pills. After taking time to quickly understand the ins and outs of this city, Wang Wei rented a room at an inn. While sitting on his bed, he kept flipping through a paper containing a list. Then he stopped at one page and focused on it. Lu Cheng, Divine Altar Realm, Low-Level Tier 2 Alchemist. The 5th disciple of Origin Dao Pill Sect Master, Lu Yang. Talent is above average, but is loved by his master because of his diligence. After reading the information, Wang Wei muttered to himself, "This guy is the perfect candidate. His status is high enough, but not too high considering his master has many disciples. His personality is reticent, so he barely interacts with people in the sect, even with his fellow brothers and sisters. This is good. People do not have a real lasting impression of him. So, as long as I found the proper excuse, it can explain any changes in his personality." He paused for a moment as he reviewed all the information he had on this guy. His talent is a problem. If I want to get my hands on the Origin Pill Flame scripture, I will need to display a higher level of talent. After reviewing the information at hand, he made a plan. Origin Pill Sect. Inside a cave of one of the mountains, an ordinary-looking teenager with dark hair and eyes sat cross-legged with a cauldron in front of him. He was deep in concentration, refining a pill. A few minutes later, he opened the lid to see 5 pills floating inside. Mysterious lights flashed from them. Looking at the 5 pills inside, he smiled. 5 low-level earth pills, muttered Lu Cheng. Finally, I've managed to secure my strength as a Tier 2 alchemist. Although my talent is not the best, I can make it up with hard work. In fact, Lu Cheng's talent was not that bad. Most alchemists can only refine certain pill grades based on their cultivation. As for him, being a Peel Divine Altar cultivator that can refine low-level earth-grade pills which only supernatural realm alchemists could refine show that he has some talent. After refining the pill, Lu Cheng took out another set of ingredients to make another pill. However, midway through, he was interrupted by a communication talisman. So, he stopped to activate it. "Young master, the ingredient you asked the Alchemy Association to find for you has been discovered." "Really? Immediately bring it over. I can finally break through the supernatural realm." Though Lu Cheng to himself, "Young master, there seemed to be some problem." "What problem?" "The owner of the material is asking to meet you personally." He seemed rather adamant. Lu Cheng frowned after hearing this. Could there be something tricky behind this? However, without that herb, I cannot break through to the next realm unless I change cultivation technique. After pondering for a moment, Lu Cheng decided to go. Nevertheless, he still took precautions. After leaving his cultivation cave, he used a flying talisman to go to another place and meet someone. A few minutes after arriving, an old man with the aura of void shattering appeared in front of Lu Cheng. "Young master, what brings you here to see me?" asked the old man with indifference and a little impatience. "I'm heading to Maple Leaf City. Well, since I'm your Dao protector, it is my job to protect you," said the old man. Then, without saying anything, he grabbed Lu Cheng and flew outside the perimeter of the sect. Once there, he used the power of law to break the space so that they could arrive at their destination at a quicker pace. During the entire process, Lu Cheng did say anything, nor complained. He was used to his Dao protector's attitude by now. This is one of the reasons that he rarely left the sect. After arriving at Maple Leaf City, the Dao protector was prepared to enter the void to secretly protect Lu Cheng, but the latter quickly explained to him the situation and his worry about the encounter. The old man grunted before finally deciding to stay next to Lu Cheng to protect him at all times. He knew that if this little alchemist was still the disciple of the sect master, if something happened to him, he would have to answer to the sect. And even if the sect master did not blame him, he would no longer receive as many pills that he does now in the future, thus halting his cultivation progress. Plus, the old man took into account the fact that Lu Cheng never complained about him all these years. Chapter 299. After arriving at Maple Leaf City, Lu Cheng did not immediately contact the seller, but instead used the branch of the Alchemy Association to find his identity. He did not want to walk into a trap. After a brief investigation, he discovered that the seller was just an ordinary cultivator at the body refining realm. In order to get resources, he will often go to the mountain area to fight against demonic beasts and sell their core and corpse for origin stones. Luckily for him, while there, he accidentally discovered a rare herb and wanted to sell it for a high price at the Alchemy Association. However, after learning that an alchemist had posted a call for this herb, he was adamant about meeting him. After reviewing the information, Lu Cheng realized that there was nothing wrong so far and that the seller most likely wanted to ask him for some rare pill, so he decided to meet the man. If the price is not too exaggerated, he is open to trade. Inside a large room in the Alchemy Association branch, Lu Cheng looked at the man in front of him. He was wearing tight leather clothes that facilitated easy movement, and also had some defensive ability. However, he could also see that the man's clothes were also worn out. After checking the man's clothes, Lu Cheng observed other things about him. The man had a 9th-layer body refining cultivation, however, his blood chi was weak and scattered. Obviously, he cultivated a common-level cultivation technique. Adding to that the fact that he looked middle-aged, his talent could also be determined as subpar. "You said you wanted to see me before the exchange? Tell me your purpose," said Lu Cheng, who seemed a little impatient. The seller frowned for a moment, then said, "Well, I was preparing to play a little more, however, since you're in a hurry, I guess I'll get back to business." Immediately, Lu Cheng felt something was wrong. He immediately wanted to do something, but to his horror, he discovered that he could not move a single inch. Meanwhile, his Dao protector also felt something was wrong, so he wanted to exit the void and save Lu Cheng. However, as soon as he had this intention, countless strings suddenly appeared out of nowhere and binds him. The old man immediately started to use his fire law to break the strings. However, countless runes suddenly appeared from the strings and sealed the law inside his body. Then, a gray string entered his sea of consciousness and binds his soul. Immediately afterward, the old man felt his consciousness rapidly losing, turning him into a puppet. He only resisted for a few seconds before he was completely turned. The seller, who had a smirk on his face, raised his hand and placed it on Lu Cheng's forehead. Then he said, "Fate stealing." A fate line appeared from Lu Cheng's body, wriggling around it for a moment. Then, another fate line appeared from Wang Wei's body, which fused with his. Lu Cheng's body disintegrated into millions of pieces. Meanwhile, Wang Wei slowly transformed into Lu Cheng's appearance. And it was not just his appearance, his soul, cultivation level, physique, aptitude, and memories turned into the same as Lu Cheng. What he did was steal the latter's fate, thus turning into him. With this method, Wang Wei is now Lu Cheng, but Lu Cheng is not Wang Wei. After his transformation, Wang Wei checked his body from head to toe. He discovered that he was exactly like Lu Cheng, even his little brother had shrunk by a few inches. Well, with this method I can even fool an emperor formation that checks the soul. Then, Wang Wei waved his hand to use a secret technique to create a clone that looked exactly like the previous seller. He proceeded to make it look like Lu Cheng, and he had an exchange before parting their ways. Since Lu Cheng was staying in a special room reserved for him by the Alchemy Association, Wang Wei returned there. The first thing he did once he returned home was to check all of Lu Cheng's memories. According to the technique he used, he could allow Lu Cheng's main consciousness to be in charge of this body while he stayed in the background, but he did not want to do this for many reasons. Although this method was safe and lowered the risk of being discovered due to strange and out-of-character behavior, he wanted to be in charge in case something unexpected occurred and the real consciousness of Lu Cheng is powerless. After checking the guy's memory, Wang Wei muttered, "No wonder this guy actually took my bait." It turns out that he cultivates a special technique that can actually raise his talent of alchemy. Talent in alchemy can be divided into 3 categories: understanding of herbs and how they interact with one another. This part of talent can be made up with years of study. However, some talented individuals can hold a herb in their hands for the first time and immediately know its characteristics and how to match it with other herbs. The second category revolves around divine runes and how to properly apply them to make pills. Lastly, it is the talent to control flames. The better an alchemist is at controlling flames, the more power he or she can bring from the ingredients used in making pills. The cultivation that Lu Cheng cultivated allowed him to slowly increase his talent for flame control. However, Wang Wei quickly realized that this cultivation technique was incomplete. Furthermore, after reviewing how Lu Cheng got this technique, his intuition told him that something was wrong. Unfortunately, he did not have enough information to make any kind of judgment. After reviewing all of Lu Cheng's memories, Wang Wei did not immediately return to the Origin Pildao sect but went to the east of Maple Leaf City where there were many street vendors selling artifacts that were supposedly found in Secret Realm. He bought a very ancient small mirror. With his true vision ability, he knew that this was just a normal mirror, not an ancient artifact from the ancient emperor era like the street vendor said. The reason he bought this mirror was that he realized that it was actually very old, probably dating to the last era and further. After that, Wang Wei took a carriage heading back. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to take a soaring phoenix construct. Unfortunately, in Lu Cheng's memory, he discovered that this guy was quite old-fashioned and hated the constructs. He did not like the fact that mortals and cultivators' lives became entangled with one another. To him, these two people belonged to different worlds and should remain as such. So, when it comes to these constructs that brought these different worlds together, he refused to use any of them. Wang Wei was not surprised by this as many cultivators felt that way. To them, the world was changing too fast and they did not like that. "Huh," softly muttered Wang Wei as he felt something. He raised his head and looked in the distance. His vision seemed to penetrate a few 100,000 kilometers as he saw 5 Saints Realm cultivators blending in the void, hiding their auras. Although they try to hide it, I can feel that these guys have killing intent for this Lu Cheng. It seemed that things are not peaceful in the Origin Pildao sect. Wang Wei thought for a moment about how to deal with the situation before deciding to get rid of these people. His current priority was to get back to the sect and secure his identity. So, he flicked his fingers making the void tremble lightly. Then, another space fluctuating appeared on the location of these saints. As a result, they immediately felt something was wrong and wanted to react. However, a bunch of strings suddenly appeared and cut them into millions of pieces. They did not have time to scream, move, or open their domains for protection. Even their primordial spirit did not have time to escape their bodies and was cut into pieces. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Wang Wei continued his journey in peace. However, he did not slowly go there as he planned. Instead, he had his Dao protector carry him back as he did previously. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at the Origin Pildao sect, the first thing he noticed was that the sect was built on top of countless volcanoes, making the surrounding area always surrounded by heat. Inside these volcanoes were caves where most of the lower disciples resided. This was a way to allow the ones with low levels of cultivation to use the heat from the volcano to make pills. After all, only after entering the Divine Sea realm can cultivators use spells. After taking a quick look at the surroundings, Wang Wei headed straight to the cave on the highest peak. Chapter 300. Wang Wei headed to the highest cave of the Origin Pildao sect. At the entrance, he accidentally met a young man wearing a red robe coming out. The young man smiled after seeing Wang Wei and said, "Fifth brother, why are you here?" "Second brother, it's you." "I'm here to see the master," replied Wang Wei. "Is there a problem?" "No, I just encountered some problems about alchemy and wanted to ask for the master's guidance." "Is that so? Then I won't hold you." After that, he flew away. Nevertheless, the fifth brother felt like his younger brother was different today. He shook his head thinking that he might be too sensitive. Meanwhile, as Wang Wei watched his brother whose name was Zhang Li fly away, he noticed that the latter might have discovered something strange about him, or at least, had a slight suspicion. He took a moment to ponder what was the problem before realizing the crux of the problem. Although he looked exactly like Lu Cheng down to his soul and fate, his temperament was not the same. Wang Wei always had an air of confidence and cockiness around him. Adding to that his overwhelming strength, his temperament is unique. As such, even if he turned into Lu Cheng, his previous temperament was affecting his current body. So, after realizing the problem, he quickly adjusted himself. Although he could fool his second brother, now that he was about to meet his master who was a Saint Realm true person, it is easier to be exposed. On the spot, Wang Wei's temperament changed to a secretly prideful alchemist that is quite conservative. Then he entered the cave. He notified his master through a talisman and stood up waiting. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with slightly dark skin suddenly appeared in the room Wang Wei was in. However, he pretended that he did not notice. After all, his current identity was that of a little divine altar realm cultivator. "Little Cheng, what brings you to see me today?" "And master," stuttered Wang Wei as he slightly jumped backward. Then he cupped his hand and bowed. "Disciple has seen master." "There is no need to be polite with me," replied Yi Lao, the sect master of the Origin Pildao sect. With a smile on his face, he said, "You rarely leave your alchemy room unless you have a question of alchemy. So, what is this time?" Yi Lao was very satisfied with his fifth disciple. Although his talent was not the best amongst all the others, he was the most diligent. With effort alone, he managed to make up the gap with some genius alchemist. "Master, something strange happened to me recently. When I was in Maple Leaf City, I bought a strange mirror. However, a weird light came from it and entered my body. I am worried that something might be wrong." Yi Lao frowned after hearing this. "Let me check." A powerful divine sense came from his body, scanning Wang Wei's body. At first, he did not find anything, but once he arrived at the spleen, he discovered a weird breath. A slight surprise flashed in Yi Lao's eyes, then he said, "Let me see the mirror." Wang Wei quickly handed it to him. After checking it, he found a similar breath from Wang Wei's spleen. Then Yi Lao sighed out loud, "Little Cheng, you are truly lucky. If I'm not mistaken, this mirror was baptized by the innate material yellow chi soil and contained its breath, which was then transferred to you." Lu Cheng frowned after hearing this. "Master, will I be fine?" "You do not need to hurry, as this is your fortunate encounter. Although only the breath of the yellow chi soil entered your body, it is enough to greatly increase your talent for alchemy." "Really?" Yi Lao nodded his head, while Lu Cheng smiled to the point of grinning. However, immediately after, he realized that his action was not proper, so he forced himself to calm down and displayed the proper etiquette. Sect Master Yi Lao looked at his disciple and sighed internally. He was slightly envious of Lu Cheng's luck. "Did anyone else notice when you absorbed the innate breath?" "No, I was alone in my room." "What about the mirror? Who else saw you buy it?" "Only my Tao protector was with me." "Are you talking about Old Man Mountain?" "Well, over the years, he has been neglectful on his duty. It's about time that you have a new and more powerful Tao protector." "Thank you, master." If this was the real Lu Cheng, he would have thought that his master cared about him and wanted to give him a new and more powerful Tao protector. However, Wang Wei knew better and could guess the fate of that old man. "Well, you should retreat to completely absorb the remaining innate breath. Remember, do not tell anyone about your encounter, even your fellow brothers and sisters." "Huh? Do you understand me?" "As you wish, master." After saluting to Yi Lao, Lu Cheng activated his flying talisman and returned to his cave. En route, Wang Wei started thinking to himself, "I have to say, my acting is quite extraordinary. I could probably easily get an Oscar back on Earth." After returning to his cave, he activated the formation to isolate the outside world. Then Wang Wei began to plan for his next step. "With this excuse, Sect Master Yi Lao should not doubt my sudden increase in talent. So, it should be easier for me to display it and get the chance to get the Origin Pill Flame scripture. However, this is not enough. I should probably find other ways to have fortunate encounters that increase talent." Wang Wei's original plan was to show that he had acquired the innate material yellow chi soil and drastically increase his talent. After all, he had already absorbed it in the cultivation of his organs. However, he feared that Sect Master Yi Lao would be tempted by an innate material and immediately took it from him by force, use secret methods to kill him and get it, or use the name of contribution to the sect to legally take it from him. So, he decided to just use the breath as an excuse. That way, he could explain his increase in talent, and Yi Lao will not be tempted by a mere breath that has little value to him. I can also use this opportunity to break through the supernatural realm. As he muttered this, he felt the power in his body. This guy is so weak. Despite being the direct disciple of an emperor lineage, he only managed to build a supreme foundation. After shaking his head in disappointment, he closed his eyes to enter a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in one of the highest caves of the sect, an old man with long white hair and beard had a cauldron in front of him, refining a pill. The power of law could be felt inside the cauldron, which meant that this pill was at least heaven grade. This old man was the person that held the title of the greatest alchemist of this generation, Fu Qin. While refining the pill, he seemed to have received some kind of signal or information. Then he took out a talisman from his space ring. All 5 saints I sent are dead? And they all died instantly? The old man paused for a moment before muttering, the only way for them to die so quickly is if a true monarch intervened. Could it be that some of the supreme elders are sending me a message asking to be restrained a little? Well, it doesn't matter. I only sent them because I wanted to check something from Lu Cheng. With his talent, he will never be a threat to me. After that, the old man continued with his pill refining. The odd thing was that despite his distraction, the pill refining process did not stop or interrupt. This was how skilled this man was. Endless void. In front of the strange world discovered by the Dao opening sect, Li Jun, Tai Gang, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju floated in space with a massive army behind them. Then, they waved their hands to place the army inside their space rings and entered this strange world. A firm determination could be seen in their faces as they knew the significance of their actions in this world. As such, they were prepared to succeed no matter the cost. Chapter 301. After entering the crystal wall, Li Jun felt like he was going through a thick and viscous liquid. There was a brief moment of resistance before he was allowed to enter. For a brief moment, everything was dark before he found himself on an empty plan accompanied by his group. He looked around, relieved that there was no one around. Let's do things according to the plan, he said before activating an invisible talisman. Immediately afterward, the group headed to a mountain a few hundred miles from their initial landing. They created a large cave inside the mountain, placed an isolating formation to prevent people from discovering them. Li Jun was right to be careful as someone arrived at his landing spot a few minutes after he left. That person searched a few 100,000 miles in diameter of their landing spot before leaving. After setting up a temporary base, Li Jun looked at Wang Ju. It's your turn now. She nodded her head and waved her hand. A person dressed in tight black clothes and wearing a mask appeared in front of everyone. Although the person stood in front of them, he had an illusory air surrounding him, making it seem as if he was not real, like he was a non-corporeal existence. You should be aware of your mission this time, go execute it, ordered Wang Ju. The person nodded his head without saying anything, then he disappeared. Is that one of the new Fate Shadow Guards that Big Brother recently trained? Asked Yan Liling. I could feel the power of fate on him, so it should be, replied Li Jun. Well, I wonder what they can do. Honestly, I still think that we should just use absolute force to take over this world, added Tai Gang. After all, this is still a middle thousand world, so the highest level of cultivation should be the primordial spirit realm. El Jun shook his head. This world involves Big Brother's grand plan, so we cannot afford to make mistakes. It's always better to be cautious. Plus, we all know that this world is strange. After the Fate Shadow Guard left the cave, he did not immediately find the nearest place where there were people living. Instead, he found a secret place to meditate for an hour. Unlike lower thousand worlds, the heavenly Tao of middle thousand worlds is more powerful, as such, is more restrictive to foreigners. So, as soon as they enter this world, their powers will be momentarily sealed and weakened. Although this seal is not powerful, it still requires time to remove, hence one of the reasons that Li Jun decided to be more careful in this operation. After an hour of meditation, the shadow used a secret technique to trick this world's heavenly Tao that he was an aboriginal of this world by changing his fate line to be similar to the people of this world. and thus, he regained all his strength. The shadow proceeded to turn invisible before flying away. After flying for 2 days, he reached a small village. After observation, he didn't notice anything strange about it except for one thing: a statue. It was the statue of a beautiful woman dressed in a simple linen cloth that wrapped her body, wearing a crown made of tree leaves and branches. In both her hands, she was holding fruits and vegetables. Although the shadow only looked at the statue from a distance, he could feel a powerful and sacred breath from it. Additionally, intuition told him that if he approached close enough to the small temple that it was located in, he might be discovered. In the next few hours, the shadow used a spell to quickly learn the language of this world, which allowed him to know that this statue that all the villagers praised and worshipped was known as the goddess of fertility, Xianxia. Every harvest season, this small village will hold a praying festival, and the goddess will lower blessing to their fields, making their crops more fertile than usual. So, this world has gods? Is this some kind of cultivation system or some kind of powerful race? The shadow continued to observe for a few more days. Unfortunately, this was a poor village and the amount of information they knew about this world was quite small. As such, he decided to move on. The shadow did not go to the nearest city based on the information he gathered. Instead, he closed his eyes and connected to the river of fate. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes and looked in a specific direction. Without hesitation, he flew in that direction based on his instinct. The shadow knew that his destination was far, so he wanted to use a void talisman to teleport himself and arrive at his destination sooner. However, he remembered the warning from Commander Wang Ju and decided to be safe. So, after flying for a week, he finally arrived at the destination he divined. It was a city. Although the shadow thought that this city was quite small, he still learned from a few conversations that it was considered a middle to an upper-tier city in this world in terms of size. The shadow did not directly fly into the city or use his invisibility to sneak in. As soon as he approached, he felt a strange power surrounding the city. This power was similar to the small village except way more powerful and concentrated. So, he disguised himself as an ordinary person, lined up at the entrance, and paid the necessary fee. Luckily for him, this world also used gold and silver as a currency. Once inside, he pretended to be a tourist and visited different parts of the city. The information that caught his attention was the fact that there were many temples in this city, worshipping different gods. The temples had different sizes, some were lavishly decorated, while others were quite simple or plain. One particular temple with a guy holding a flame was the most prosperous out of all of them. The shadow guessed that this was probably due to how powerful the gods worshipped were. After gaining a basic understanding of this city, he headed to an inn where many people gathered. He ordered a drink, sat in a corner, completely erased his present as he listened to the people's conversation. In the first few days, he did not gather any useful information. He still remained patient as he was confident in his divination. On the 4th day of his arrival, the shadow heard an interesting conversation in one of the tables close to him where 5 men were seated and drinking. "Haven't you heard?" "Or what? Are you talking about the Chu family?" "That's right. What happened to the Chu family?" "They are quite lucky. Can one of you tell me what's going on?" "You want to know?" "Of course." "Well, I'm feeling a little bit thirsty." "Damn you. Alright, the next round is on me." "I'll tell you. The young master of the Chu family awakened his divine bloodline." "Really? That means that he has the opportunity to become a god. How lucky he is." "It's not luck. The Chu family have been firm believers of the god of fire, Hua. With their dedication, even if their young master did not awaken on his own, they might receive a blessing from the god of fire for all their services over the years and provided the opportunity to ascend to godhood." The table was quiet for a moment while all 5 of them had a look of envy on their faces. Then one of them asked, "Do you know what level his bloodline is?" "I heard that it was a demigod bloodline." "Demigod? In this part of the world, it's not bad." "Not bad? How can we lowly mortals judge a god's bloodline? In the end, if we do not receive pity from the gods, we are doomed to remain small and insignificant in our entire lives." The table once again became quiet, this time lasting for at least a minute. Then, the guy who promised to buy drinks to relieve the tension. However, they no longer talked about this topic anymore. As the shadow listened to these men's conversation, he pondered to himself, the lives of mortals in this world seemed quite sad and tragic. Without a proper cultivation system, their fates are in the hands of these so-called gods. Only by serving them and offering them their lives might they have a chance at being extraordinary. And I imagine that even then, things might not be so simple. After analyzing the information he received, the shadow decided to pay a visit to the Chu family. In the past few days, he learned that this city belonged to them. So, at night, he turned invisible and infiltrated the main manor of the Chu family. After fumbling around for a bit, he headed straight to the room of their young master. Chapter 302. As the shadow approached the Chu young master's room, he saw a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes going over a bunch of papers. He was so concentrated on his works that he did move his eyes from these papers for 10 minutes straight. As the shadow secretly observed this young, he frowned as he realized two things. First, he did not feel any bloodline power from him. Second, and more importantly, this person who did not have any cultivation or energy inside his body already opened up his Niwen palace and has a sea of consciousness. After noticing these flaws, the shadow decided to be more cautious and observed for another hour before taking action. He turned into an invisible white light and entered Chu Li's sea of consciousness. Immediately, the shadow found something wrong. He saw a small white cloud-shaped substance floating inside the sea of consciousness. Of course, he knew that this was Chu Li's soul, but what surprised him was the fact that there was a half-finished altar or shrine inside, and Chu Li's soul was floating on top of it. The shadow observed for a while but did not immediately take action. After recording the information he received, he approached Chu Li's soul. He wanted to secretly use the soul-searching technique to read this guy's memories. Unfortunately, when he got closed, he found a strange white light was attached to the latter's soul, and the light seemed to be connected to some powerful being. The shadow guessed that this world had gods and that Chu Li might be connected to one of them. And if he tries to search his soul, he might alert this god. After coming to this conclusion, the shadow decided to use another method. He turned into an insect and attached himself to a gray line that floated above Chu Li's head. It was his fate line. This was a secret technique that the shadow was taught that allowed him to read the fate line of others, just like Wang Wei. However, the shadow was not strong enough to read a person's entire fate line without being backlash. However, this technique called Gu Fate Reading was a downgrade version of Wang Wei's Fate Reading. It allowed the person to view one specific but very important event of a person's Lefeso. After attaching to Chu Li's fate line, the shadow experienced one of the latter's memories. In the memory, Chu Li was participating in a hunt along with many prominent young masters of the city. Everything was going fine, however, one of the prey that was supposed to be hunted during the hunt suddenly went mad and attacked Chu Li. To be exact, he was dragged away from his guards by the beasts. Chu Li thought that he would die at the hands of that beast. However, fate seemed to smile on him as the beast suddenly died while carrying him. Although injured, Chu Li survived, albeit only temporarily. So, he dragged his body to a cave he saw near him. However, as soon as he entered the cave, he saw an old man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and a book in front of him. Chu Li thought that he had intruded on a person's home, so he quickly apologized. But it did not take him long to realize that the old man was dead. As such, curiosity got the best of him and he took the book and read it. The first sentence on the front of the book was, "Whoever gets hold of this inheritance must swear to the heavens to spread it, otherwise he or she will not be able to open it." At first, Chu Li thought that someone was playing some kind of sick joke on him, but after trying to open the book and failing miserably, he realized that he might have encountered something amazing. So, without hesitation, he followed the procedure on the front of the book and made an oath to heaven. Then, the book finally opened. After reading it with haste, Chu Li learned one of the greatest secrets of this world. The so-called gods in this world were not powerful beings or noble entities, but mortals that slowly cultivated to have such power. However, to prevent the rise of other gods that will compete with them for resources, They erased the existence of cultivation from ordinary people and claimed that only through their blessings or by inheriting divine bloodlines people can get access to supernatural abilities. Of course, not all gods felt that way. Chu Li learned from that book that a certain number of them felt that it was better to spread the cultivation technique. Unfortunately, because of this conflict in ideology, a war occurred that led to the defeat of the gods who were for spreading supernatural powers. The majority of them were killed as a result, and only a few survived by hiding like rats and secretly spreading these techniques. After learning all this information, Chu Li did not rest and quickly returned home despite his injury. Luckily for him, his guards were searching for him and found him midway. After they rushed him home and had a doctor healed, the first thing that Chu Li did was to contact the fire god Hua and tell him about the book and his encounter. Their families have been serving the fire god for countless generations and had a way to contact him. As for the reason he did that, the answer was simple. Chu Li learned that there were 6 stages of cultivation, but the book he received only had 2 of them. So, he hoped that by telling the fire god about his discovery, the latter might reward him. Of course, he was quite worried about his oath. Fortunately, his bet was correct. The fire god rewarded him with the method of breaking into the 3rd stage and dealt with his oath. Of course, Chu Li had to make another oath. To be exact, he had to make 2 other oaths. One was to never reveal this secret to other people, and second, to offer his soul and undying loyalty to the fire god. During the process, he knew that if he did not make these oaths, especially the second one, he would be instantly killed. Luckily for him, the fire god did not immediately kill him on the spot after telling the truth. After settling everything, Chu Li began to review the cultivation techniques that he received so that he could eventually start practicing. He learned that the first 3 stages are called Divine Shrine, Divine Power, and Divine Transformation. In order to enter the first stage, he needed a certain amount of reputation. And by using a secret method, he could turn his reputation into strength to open his Naiwen Palace and have a sea of consciousness. Then, he could use the reputation to create a divine shrine. The altar or shrine is the foundation of every god, so it is very important. At first, Chu Li was confused about what reputation was, then he learned that it was meant in the literal sense. As long as people talked about him and he garnered a certain reputation, he could use this to create his shrine. Knowing this, Chu Li quickly used the power of his family to spread the news that he awakened a divine bloodline, thus quickly gathering a reputation as a god-chosen one. And with that reputation, he began to slowly build his shrine, although his family suggested that he take a large group of people and go hunting a fierce beast in the mountain to show his heroic posture as divine spawn. Chu Li quickly denied this idea as he knew that he did not have such ability. According to his inheritance, cultivators in the divine shrine realm are actually very weak as they do not have any real method of combat except for using their spiritual senses to either control mortals or create illusions. On top of that, as long as someone has a strong will, these methods will not work on them. Not to mention that ordinary weapons like swords and bows and arrows can easily kill them. Only after entering the divine power realm and creating divine energy inside their bodies could they actually be considered gods or supernatural. The shadow reversed back to his normal form after reading the part where Chu Li started to build his divine shrine. Immediately after that, he left the Chu family compound and even the city. Once he reached the nearest deserted mountain, he created a cave, placed some anti-spying formation at the entrance, and contacted Wang Ju to report to her his discovery. Chapter 303. Inside a mountain cave, Wang Ju just received a bunch of information about this world from the few Fate Shadow Guard that she sent out. Unfortunately, only one of the shadow that came to this word can use the Gu Fate reading technique, as the others had different mentions back home. So, the information gathered this time was not that much so. After briefly analyzing and summarizing the information gathered, Wang Ju showed them to the group so that they could discuss their next plan. "What do you think?" asked Li Jun. "I still believe that we should use absolute force to conquer this world. No matter, it does not change the fact that this world is only a middle thousand world, and with our strength, it should be easy to deal with it," said Tai Gang. Li Jun gave him a side look. He understood the reason he was acting somewhat out of character. In the past few hundred years, he probably felt that he was not much help and wanted to use this war to show his value. Li Jun ignored him and looked at Wang Ju and Yan Liling. What do you guys think? The amount of information we know is still too little, said Wang Ju. That's true. So far, we only know that this world is called the Heavenly Abode World. Gods exist, but they are hiding the method of cultivation. We do not know why this world is so weird that it can prevent people in the void-shattered realm and above from entering. More importantly, we do not know how powerful these gods are and what method that they can use, added Li Jun, so, our next step is still to gather more information. This is easier said than done. All the ordinary mortals of this world are ignorant, while the aristocrats that have all the power and knowledge are connected to the gods. These aristocrats seem to never leave any records on purpose, and their souls are protected by the gods they believed in. If we use force or try to search their souls, we would immediately be discovered, analyzed Wang Ju. Everyone quieted down to think of a solution. Because they did not want to use violence, their hands were a little tight. Taigang said, since faith is the reason that these aristocrats are connected to the gods, why don't you create a pill that makes them unfaithful? That way, we can easily search their souls and get the information we want. Everyone turned to look at him with a surprised look, then they turned to look at Yan Liling, who had a pondering look on her face. This could work, and I do not need to invent a new pill. As long as I modify the heart-refining pill and make these people experience an illusion that makes them doubt their gods, we can take advantage of this to search their souls without alerting anyone. Li Jun nodded his head. In that case, go do so. Meanwhile, he took the copy of the cultivation technique of Chu Li and started reviewing it. He hoped that by understanding it, he can be more prepared to deal with these so-called gods. According to the book, the first step of this method is to create a divine shrine by gathering reputation. As for what exactly reputation is, the note explained it as a lesser form of incense. The gods do not allow people who just begin their cultivation path to set temples and idols to receive faith or incense unless it is their direct descendants. So, other people have to use their reputation by spreading their names and deeds. After the divine shrine is built in the sea of consciousness, reputation can be used to create divine energy and enter the divine power realm. In this realm, the mortal is considered a saint and can use various spells. By constantly showing these spells in front of mortals, cultivators can gather more reputation. In the next stage of cultivation divine transformation, the divine energy is liquefied into divine essence, and after being baptized by said energy, the cultivator's body will transform so that they cannot be harmed by any mortal weapons. On top of that, they can also fly in the sky. As a result of this, they are referred to as demigods. After reading all of the notes, Li Jun frowned as he pondered to himself. This cultivation system is somewhat similar to our origin system in the way that energy is compressed and liquefied to reach a higher level. Could it be that our sect's founder once studied it? However, he quickly shook his head as this was not enough to show that there was a correlation between the two. He remembered that when he first learned about Otherworld's communities, his big brother once theorized that all cultivation systems could be classified into 3 categories: body, soul, and energy, which is in line with the concept of essence, spirit, and qi. Each system either used one or a combination of these 3 components. This divine system used spirit and qi, or the soul and energy, while their origin system is a combination of the 3. After reading this cultivation technique, Li Jun had a basic idea of the power of these gods, but he did not rush to make any conclusion as this was just one technique, so he waited. A few days passed and Yan Liling refined the heart-refining pill and it was sent to the previous shadow. Immediately afterward, he flew to a place called the Fire Kingdom. According to the information he gathered, the fire god seemed to be one of the most powerful gods around. And this kingdom was left by him and contained his descendants. After arriving there, the shadow quickly blended in to observe before acting. He soon noticed that there were no temples of other gods in this kingdom, only the fire god. Additionally, the aristocrats of this kingdom are mostly saints with only a few demigods. However, the shadow quickly learned that the king of this kingdom is a direct bloodline descendant of fire god Hua, and is a true god. Although the shadow did not learn the meaning of true gods except for it being a title, he quickly inferred that this might be the name of people who cultivated the realm after divine transformation. After learning about this fact, the shadow decided to infiltrate the royal palace. The process was easier than expected as there was no formation surrounding it. The shadow has long noticed that the concept of formation does not exist in this world. In fact, even other professions like alchemy and talisman did not seem to exist. And if they did, they were not that developed. Nevertheless, there was still a weird and mysterious power that surrounded the Golden Palace. He guessed that it was the divine essence of the fire god that was secretly protecting this palace. Fortunately, compared to formations, this power was not as efficient in detection. So, after taking a few days, the shadow was able to infiltrate the palace and mix into the kitchen and replace one of the chefs that cooked for the king. The process of feeding him the pill was smoother than the shadow expected. The king had no guard whatsoever and just drank whatever was given to him without having anyone checked beforehand. After pondering for a moment, the shadow realized why. The gods in this world considered themselves aloof, and with how strict power is controlled, there should be no mortals that could pose a threat to them. So, they became arrogant. That night, after drinking that pill, the Fire King started having weird thoughts. To be exact, certain thoughts that he had secretly buried deep inside his mind were forced to resurface. As a king and descendant to the fire god, his path of ascension is not as smooth as he imagined. Although he managed to become a true god, his next step in cultivation is not an easy one. To get access to it, he has to properly manage the Fire Kingdom for hundreds of years. Then, based on his performance on how many new believers that he has developed for the Fire God, he can access the next cultivation realm. On top of that, he also has to dedicate his life to the Fire God, and his entire life, he has no chance to ever surpass his ancestor. As a result of this, the Fire King is of course unwilling. Unfortunately, there is nothing that he could do but bury these thoughts deep in his heart and continue working for the Fire God and provide him with incense. That was until this pill activated and made it impossible for him to further suppress. And at that moment when his faith wavered, the Fire King's connection with his god was momentarily broken and the shadow quickly attacked. Chapter 304. The moment that the Fire King's connection to his god was broken, the shadow quickly used his divine sense to search his soul. The so-called true gods were nothing but supernatural realm cultivators. As such, with the shadow's cultivation at the divine body realm, it was quite easy to search this guy's soul. After doing that, the shadow quickly returned to the kitchen and pretended nothing happened. To the outside world, he was nothing but a regular mortal. As for the Fire King, he woke up long after that. And the first thing he did was to quickly bury these thoughts deep in his mind once again, then quickly pray to the Fire God and offer his allegiance. The Fire King knew that his momentary lapse in faith would eventually be discovered by the Fire God, thus making it even harder for him to be acknowledged for his service and granted the opportunity to ascend to higher levels of godhood. Meanwhile, after observing for a few more days, the shadow sneaked out of the palace and headed back to send the information back to the commander. Unfortunately for him, an accident happened on his way back. While flying to his destination, the shadow suddenly stopped as he felt an intense pressure coming from above him. Immediately after that, a man dressed in black armor suddenly descended from the sky. The armored man looked at the shadow and said, "Outsider, I finally found you. Come with this god for your judgment." The shadow frowned after hearing this. Based on the aura of this man, he could tell that he was more powerful than the Fire King. He was most likely equivalent to him in terms of cultivation. He quickly overviewed some of the memories he just received from the Fire King, then asked, "Are you a void god?" "That's correct. Since you know about my strength, you should know that it is futile to resist. So, come with me peacefully and do not resist. After you tell all the supreme gods about information of your world, we can consider being lenient on your punishment." The shadow could tell that this guy's voice raised a little when he mentioned another world, meaning that he was too excited and could not control his emotion. "Before I follow you, "There is something that I would like to ask first," said the shadow with a humble tone in his voice. The armored man smiled after hearing this. "Go ahead." "How did you discover me?" "That's easy. The goddess of destiny has calculated your whereabouts." The shadow slightly frowned after hearing this. From what he knows, the god of destiny was one of the 36 supreme gods, just like the fire god. However, that's not what he cares about. Logically speaking, as a person who cultivated a reduced version of the Transcending Fate Sutra, he should have some immunity towards divination and calculation. Yet, this goddess of destiny still managed to calculate his whereabouts. That god is not simple, thought the shadow. I have to warn the commander to be very cautious when dealing with her. After thinking about this, the shadow wanted to continue asking questions. However, he felt a powerful gaze looking in this direction. So, without saying anything, he suddenly disappeared and appeared behind the armored man. 2 gray daggers appeared in his hand and stabbed him. The daggers pierced this guy's armor as a knife cut through butter. Golden blood dripped down the latter's back, and the shadow quickly collected some and placed it inside his space ring. The armored man looked in shock, wondering why this person suddenly went back on his words and attacked him. "How dare you lie to a god?" roared the armored man. A golden axe suddenly appeared in his hand and he swung it in an attempt to destroy the shadow. Unfortunately, to the latter, the armored man was incredibly slow, so he just dodged the attack. This act seemed to infuriate him, making him continue to lash attack after attacks without stopping. Meanwhile, the shadow was extremely calm and composed. While dodging, he quickly analyzes his opponent. The first thing he noticed was that the wound he caused was already healed. This guy seems to have a natural healing factor. Does that only apply to him or all the gods? Let's test the extent of this healing ability. The shadow then stopped dodging and went on the offensive. With his 2 daggers and the speed advantage, he started to cut the armored man in different places. All the man could see was countless hands appearing in front of him and cutting him. Although his eyes could see the movement of the shadow, his body could not keep up with the speed. As for the shadow, he was not happy for causing so many wounds on his opponent, as he could tell that these wounds were only superficial and did not do that much damage. Additionally, the wounds would heal instantly after making them. In that case, let's try a soul attack through the shadow. His spiritual powers turned into countless strings and rushed into the armored man's sea of consciousness, trying to cut his soul into many pieces. Unfortunately, the armored man only paused briefly for a moment before continuing to defend himself. The attack was ineffective. It seems that with the power of incense protecting them, these gods are greatly immune to soul attacks. A gray aura suddenly appeared on the shadow's daggers. Then he immediately attacked. Before the armored man could understand what was going on, he felt an intense pain that made him scream out loud. After locating the source of the pain, he discovered that one of his arms was chopped off, golden blood flowing from it. What's even worse, the damn outsider was collecting his blood like it was a piece of merchandise. "You dare hurt this god's divine body," roared the armored man. "You dare!" His eyes turned red, and an aura of madness suddenly enveloped him. He seemed to want to devour the shadow. Unfortunately, the latter just calmly looked at him. The evaluation of these gods was drastically decreased by the shadow, well, at the very least, based on this guy's performance. In this brief battle, he could tell that this guy was extremely arrogant, so he underestimated his opponent during battle. Additionally, he quickly realized that his opponent had little to no battle intuition or experience. It was like he was used to using absolute force to deal with his opponent. As such, he had never faced any real challenge in his life. If all the gods are like this, then it might be easier to conquer this world than expected, thought the shadow. However, he did not immediately conclude. After all, he has only met one god. After screaming for a few seconds, the armored man stopped, and the shadow noticed that the blood in his arm had stopped. However, he was happy that the arm did not immediately grow back. This shows that the regenerative ability of these gods had a limit. Unfortunately, the shadow was not happy for long. Suddenly, a bright star shone in the sky even though it was in the middle of the day. Then, the shadow felt his surroundings suddenly change. The space around him solidified and it became very difficult to move. Every single action required tremendous effort. Even his origin essence was running extremely slow. "Domain," muttered the shadow, then he quickly denied that. He suddenly remembered some of the information that he received from the Fire King. According to the cultivation system of the world, after divine energy is liquefied in the divine transformation stage, the next step is to further compress that energy into a seed and enter the divine seed realm. In that realm, cultivators are called true gods. However, above that is the divine abode realm or the void gods. In this realm, the seed inside these gods will blend into heaven and earth to create something called the heavenly abode, which is essentially a small world. The heavenly abode, which is located in the sky as stars, is where many of the believers of these gods are sent after death, and also the place where they cultivate other gods as part of their pantheon. One of the abilities of void gods is to use the power of their heavenly abode and dramatically increase their powers. All these thoughts flashed across the shadow's mind in just an instant. Then he continued to observe the armored man. He then saw some kind of energy coming from the sky and entering the man's body. Immediately afterward, his divine energy was replenished, and more importantly, his arm grew back in an instant. The armored man looked at the shadow with hatred in his eyes. "Thanks to you, I had to use so much incense to regrow my arm. For this, I will make you suffer for an eternity." The armored man suddenly disappeared before appearing behind the shadow's back. His golden axe shone brightly as he swung it down with absolute force, bringing down the might of a god. The next few days are Christmas Eve and Christmas, so do not expect any chapters. If I have time and am in the mood, I might release one. But please do not expect anything. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. Chapter 305. The shadow was shocked by the sudden appearance of the armored man. However, his reaction was top-notch, so he still managed to dodge the attack. While doing so, his training kicked in and he instinctively slashed his dagger at his opponent's weak spot. Unfortunately, a crystal wall suddenly appeared where he attacked and blocked it. The armored man once again disappeared and appeared instantaneously behind the shadow and attacked. His attack was blocked, but the shadow finally discovered the reason for the sudden increase in speed. The heavenly abode can allow him to use the power of space to teleport. Even that crystal that blocked my attack was a space wall. The shadow continued to use his insane reaction time to dodge all the attacks. Meanwhile, he was observing all the abilities of this god. As an elite of the Fate Shadow Guard, he was personally trained by Wang Wei himself to not only be a powerful intelligence gatherer, but also an assassin and warrior. He was trained to be able to react in many different situations. So, to the shadow, this void god was incredibly weak because of how little fighting experience it had. Nevertheless, the opponent's ability to control space gave him an advantage. The shadow pondered whether to use a void-blocking talisman to prevent his opponent from teleporting. However, after thinking about the fact that someone else was watching this battle, he decided otherwise. He wanted to gather information from his opponent, not give them information about himself. A few minutes passed since the battle, and the armored man realized that he had not accomplished anything. He did not even wound his opponent once. This fact made him more furious, so he decided to be even more ferocious. Unfortunately for him, the shadow had already gathered enough information about his opponent and decided that it was time to end this farce. He waved his hand, then countless shadows came from the ground and encased the armored man. In just a few seconds, he turned into a massive black ball with strange characters or runes written on top. A thumping sound could be heard from inside as the armored man tried to break free from his restraint. Unfortunately, even his heavenly abode seemed to be isolated from him, so he was powerless. Under the shadow's control, the black ball started to shrink as he prepared to seal and capture him. Midway through, he felt something and raised his head to look at the sky. He saw a giant red hand burning with flame descending on him. The shadow's heart palpitated as he saw that hand. The power of law? He thought with shock. The supreme gods can use law? The shadow could feel the law of fire on that gigantic hand. From the information he gathered, This world was only a middle thousand world. As such, only cultivators in the primordial spirit realm should be possible. Even though this world has a different cultivation system, it did not change the fact that only greater thousand worlds could give birth to individuals that can control the law. As the hand rapidly approached, the shadow gave up on capturing the armored man. He took out a teleportation talisman and activated it. Unfortunately, the space around seemed to block by that hand. Having no choice, he quickly took a jade talisman from his space ring. This time, he took out a breaking void talisman. A white light enveloped the shadow and he disappeared from his location. The red hand that was descending suddenly stopped after noticing this. Then, a tyrannical device sense began to search the location he was along with the surrounding few thousand kilometers. After not finding anything, the divine sense expanded its search. Above the sky, in one of the stars, a man dressed in red slowly opened his eyes. He had a red goatee and his hair was replaced by flame. "I could not find the outside after searching the entire fire realm," muttered the fire god. After that, his consciousness traveled to a far distance. Close to the crystal wall was a temple floating in the space. The temple was golden and a noble breath exuded from it. At the entrance of the temple were 36 statues of both women and men. Of course, some of these statues looked nothing like humans, while some had their faces blurred. Inside the temple was a circular table with exactly 36 seats, and each seat had a character written behind them. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared on the seat with the character, "Fire," written. It was the fire god. As soon as he appeared, a strange wave came from him, then another person appeared to take a seat. "Fire god, why are you calling for a supreme god conference? Is there anything worth assembling all of us for?" "It's not me who wanted to call the conference. The destiny goddess told me to do so." "Do you know what it is about?" asked the thunder god. "It should be regarding the outsiders." The thunder god frowned, but he did not ask anything else. If it was anyone else, some of these gods might not come. However, since the destiny goddess called the meeting, everyone would give her face. A few hours later, all 36 supreme gods showed up with the destiny goddess, the last one. As soon as he appeared, her peaceful and ethereal temperament attracted everyone. Everyone was waiting for her explanation. "I'm sure all of you are already aware of the outsiders that suddenly appeared in the fire god's territory," said the destiny goddess. "So?" asked the god of death with a little irritable tone in his voice. As the most powerful god in this pantheon, he is quite confident of himself. "From what I remember, only a few of them came. They should not be a threat to us." "Not necessarily. What about the world behind them?" asked another supreme god. "As long as the crystal wall is still there, we do not have anything to worry about," retorted the death god. "All right, let's listen to what Mingyun has to say," said the life goddess. So, everyone looked at the destiny goddess. She paused for a moment, then said, "I'm afraid that the dusk of the gods is finally upon us." Everyone looked at her with shocked faces. Ragnarok, dusk of the gods, end of age of God. No matter what name was used, it only meant one thing. All the gods will fall, ending their era of ruling over this world. Destiny goddess, although we respect you, this does not mean that you can say whatever you want without any consequences, said the destruction god whose power was only second to the death god. Many people had a similar sentiment to him. However, few people dare to voice their opinion. "As soon as these outsiders came into our world, I felt something was wrong, so I contacted Mother God," said the destiny goddess calmly. Immediately after hearing the word Mother God, all of them started paying attention. "With her power, I managed to divine the future of this world. And this is what I saw." She waves her hand in the air to show a scene. Stars kept falling from the sky until there was none left. Golden blood bathed the earth until it formed a river. The faces of the gods became ugly as they watched this scene. They knew that the stars represented their heavenly abode, and the golden blood was their blood. "How is that possible?" said the life goddess. "We have experienced invasions from outsiders before, so why is it different this time?" However, no one could answer her. Many people panicked a little, And after seeing this, the death god said, "There is no need to panic. Fate or destiny is not set in stone. We can still change the future." "What should we do then?" asked another god. "We need to analyze the situation and come up with a proper solution," said the death god. "If anyone has any suggestions, say now." However, no one said anything. Although the death god calmed some of them down, they were still worried. As the destiny goddess watched the reaction of these people, she was slightly disappointed. This is one of the weaknesses of the gods. After being protected for so long by the crystal wall, they have lost the ability to react during a crisis. Many of them probably never actually understood the meaning of the crisis. As for the more level-headed and clever ones, they might have their own selfish motive. In the corner of her eyes, the destiny goddess looked at the war goddess. She could not feel any dread from her, just the desire for war and conquest. "I have a suggestion. I propose we bring the wisdom god to analyze the situation and gather information," said the destiny goddess. "The little title god in your pantheon?" said the death god. "His divinity is perfectly suited for this situation. I think that's a good idea. What about everyone else?" "We agree." Many people also agreed with this course of action, so the destiny goddess called the wisdom god. Chapter 306. The majority of heavenly abodes of the gods in this world are usually the same. There is a golden temple in the middle. Countless believers and gods below the void god realm reside inside and serve the god said abode belongs to. Since gold symbolized divinity, nobleness, and extraordinary, the majority of gods have buildings or designs inside their abodes made of gold. They usually have statues made in their appearance made like that. In one of the abodes, the character for wisdom was written at the center of the temple, along with the phrase, "Wisdom is the driven force of all intelligent life forms." In one of the main rooms of the temple, an old man with long white hair and beard sitting on a throne with his eyes closed. He had a white robe on his body, and his temperament was sage-like. As he closed his eyes, countless invisible energy threads were connected to his head, and he seemed to be absorbing them. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, and a look of confusion and shock flashed across his eyes. He frowned for a moment as his fingers tapped on the throne, pondering deeply. He just received news that his leader, the destiny goddess, called him to attend a supreme god conference. As knowledgeable as he is, he knew that only when a real emergency occurred would all the gods place aside their differences and open the conference. However, he was confused as to why a little title god like himself was called to attend the conference. Due to his divinity involving wisdom, he did not have many fighting abilities. The destiny goddess should be aware of my capabilities, so most likely she needed my expertise for something. The mind of the wisdom god rapidly moved and calculated. This might be my chance to become a supreme god. However, he quickly shook his head. The other supreme gods would never allow another one of them to be born even if it was someone like me who did not have much fighting ability. However, if everything goes well, I should be allowed to gather more incense and reach the peak of the divine incense realm. After making a preliminary plan, the wisdom god changed his clothes into a more presentable one, then waited. Soon after that, a golden light enveloped him, forcing him to close his eyes. Once they were opened again, he found himself in the middle of a room with 36 chairs floating on top of his head, forming a circular pattern. His heart skipped a beat, then he immediately bowed. "Zhihui has seen all the supreme gods. There is no need to be nervous," comforted the destiny goddess. "We call you here to use your expertise to help us deal with something. Afterward, you will be greatly rewarded. It is my honor to serve all of you." After going through some pleasantries, the destiny goddess told him all the information that they knew so far, even about the dusk of the gods. Although they did not want this information to spread, they also agreed that it would be better to provide the wisdom god with all the necessary information so that he can better analyze the situation. After hearing all the information, the wisdom god took a deep breath to calm down his nerves, then asked 2 questions. "Destiny goddess, can I know how you were able to know the information of the outsider? And why can you do the same now?" When the outsiders first appeared, I used the power of Mother God to increase my ability, so I could barely divine the appearance of the outsiders along with their most recent movement. However, after that, this method no longer worked. The wisdom god nodded, then looked at the fire god. Your Majesty, fire god, could you show me the battle of the outsider with your follower? The fire god frowned briefly after hearing this. He was wondering whether this guy was trying to embarrass him. However, after thinking about the situation, it was unlikely. So, he waved his wand to display his memory of the battle. After reviewing everything, he closed his eyes and reviewed all the information he gathered. He connected to his wisdom divinity, and instantly, his mind elevated. He became more intelligent, his calculating power reached beyond a supercomputer, his mind became more flexible as he could use the smallest of detail to extrapolate further information. An hour later, the wisdom god finally opened his eyes, and his complexion was a little pale. Did you come up with something? Asked the destiny goddess. Yes, a few things. Please elaborate. First, the opponent is obviously adept at anti-divination, hence the reason that they could not be tracked. Second, they are very cautious. Previously, most of the outsiders that came to our world are usually disdainful of the fact that this was a middle thousand world. So, they usually acted recklessly. Third, according to the information previously gathered, there were 4 people that came to this world, 2 men and 2 women. However, the one who fought against the fire god's subordinate was not part of the original 4. That can only mean that they have a way to carry people with them, most likely a space ring. Space ring? I thought this thing could only carry non-living things, commented the death god. Let him continue, said the life goddess. The wisdom god nodded his head, then continued. Fourth, if these outsiders have a space ring that can hold people, there is a possibility of them carrying an army with them. Fifth, the man who fought Void God Lu was extremely powerful. From the battle, it is obvious that he was highly trained and has plenty of battle experience. Based on his aura and energy level, he should be equivalent to a Void God, but his strength is probably on par with any elite title god. So, we can summarize that their cultivation system is very advanced and powerful. Sixth, during that battle, the outsider used abilities related to fate, shadow, and sealing. The reason that the wisdom god brought this point up was because of the cultivation system of the gods. In the early stage of cultivation, using their divine energy, the gods can use spells or abilities of different categories. However, as they become more powerful, they become more restricted, especially after entering the divine incense realm and becoming a title god. In that realm, the gods have to choose a divinity which is essentially a law as their main focus and receive incense based on that divinity or law. As a result of this, they are often very restricted by the law that they choose. For example, the death god cannot use fire spells or abilities. He can use things like Death Flame or Death Thunder. Even then, these abilities would drastically decrease in power when facing the Fire God or the Thunder God. Additionally, he cannot use pure elemental abilities or abilities that are connected to other supreme gods. This is the limitation of the incense god system. After talking about his 6th point, the wisdom god looked at the fire god. Your Majesty, can you check to see if something happened around the area where the outside appeared? Preferably, around the surroundings. The illusory figure of the fire god nodded before closing his eyes. A few minutes later, his face became twisted and he opened his eyes. What is it? Asked the destiny goddess. One of my descendants momentarily lost his faith to me. Additionally, there are signs that his soul was searched. In that case, the 7th point is that the outsiders have a way to cut off the connection of believers to their gods. The 8th point is that thing that the outsider used to teleport himself away. If I remember correctly, this should be what they called talisman. And given the fact that it could be used to escape from the attack of a supreme god, it should be quite advanced. He paused for a moment, then sighed out loud. Based on all this information, we can conclude that these outsiders are from a very advanced civilization. They might even be from a heavenward world. Gasps could be heard inside the conference room. The majority of them have lived a very long life. As gods, they are nearly immortal as long as they stay inside this world. so many of them have experienced a few invasions from outsiders. So, they knew the classification of different worlds and they have heard of the legend of the Heavenward world. Gods like the Death God, the Life Goddess, the God of Destruction, and the Destiny Goddess are the oldest among the bunch and knew more secrets. So, they also know that their world also involves a secret that is related to Heavenward world. So, after hearing the Wisdom God conclusion, they secretly looked at one another. Just their eyes displayed the seriousness and solemnity of the situation. "So, what do we do now?" asked one of the supreme gods. "We must find these outsiders as soon as possible and no matter the cost," replied the Death God. Then his eyes looked directly at one particular god. Chapter 307. The face of the fire god became ugly as he watched all those gods looking at him as he could guess what they were about to say. "Absolutely not," he said with a firm voice. "Fire god, this is not the time," said the Death God. "The best course of action is to send a lot of people in your territory to search for these outsiders. The sooner we find them, the better." "I don't care," responded the fire god. "Think about the greater picture," said one of the supreme gods. "Yes. This is not the time to be selfish." "Selfish?" said the fire god with a sneer on his face. "How many of you will truly be looking for the outsiders instead of using this opportunity to spread your faith in my territory?" The room immediately became quiet for a few seconds before one of them pointed to the fire god and said, "Our world is at stake and all you can think about is yourself." In response, the fire god glanced at him for a moment, then said, "The wisdom god just said that these people are from a more advanced world than us that has mastered the power of space. So, it is very possible that they have already left the fire realm and could be anywhere in the 36 realms. How about all of you open the borders to your territories and let other gods send in their subordinates and search for the outsiders? That way, we can cover more ground and increase the chances of finding them." The room once again became silent as no one said anything, even the Death God. After seeing this, the fire god sneered. These people were happy to enter his territory to search, but it's their turn. They all became quiet. As the Destiny Goddess watched all of this happen, she mentally sighed. She understood one of the reasons that this world will fall. Unfortunately, there was little she could do about it. For the next few hours, the supreme gods argued about their next course of action. In the end, under the persuasion of the Destiny Goddess and the Life Goddess, the Fire God decided to allow each of the supreme gods to send 3 gods into his territory. However, these gods can only be true gods and below, and if they show the slightest inclination to start spreading faith or forcefully capturing people, he would kill them immediately. The other gods agreed to his proposition. According to their previous agreement, in each realm ruled by a supreme god, there was a fixed amount of faith that the other supreme gods could gather. If someone broke that limit, he would be dealt with by the others. Once a decision was reached, all the supreme gods returned to their realm. Destiny realm, wisdom heavenly abode, the wisdom god returned to his temple. As soon as he was alone, he smiled brightly, instantly removing the solemn and calm look on his face. Although he could not influence the decisions of his superiors, he still received a lot of benefits. The Destiny Goddess promised to increase the population under him so that he could gather enough incense to reach the peak of the divine incense realm. He then quickly calmed himself down. During the meeting, since he was under a lot of pressure, he felt that he might have missed some information. So, he quickly reviewed everything again. However, he did get any new relevant information. "Did I really miss something?" muttered the wisdom god. Then he smiled and said, "Although I'm not good at fighting when it comes to using my mind, no one is on par with me. So, I doubt I will miss something." After that, he no longer paid attention to this matter as he waited for his reward. He could tell that great changes were about to take place in this world because of the outsiders. To be precise, great chaos was about to take place. If he plays his cards right, he might receive a lot of benefits. In another heavenly abode, the Destiny Goddess opened her eyes. She looked dazed for a moment before sighing deeply. One of the reasons that she wanted to hold the conference was mainly to propose to the other gods to allow the birth of other supreme gods to increase the strength of this world. With more supreme gods, their chances of surviving this calamity would drastically increase. Unfortunately, the others could not even agree on a basic set of actions for searching the whereabouts of the outsiders, let alone making such a major decision. The Destiny Goddess knew that all of them would immediately reject her proposition if she brought it up. After reining in her thoughts, she stood up from her throne and left her temple. Unlike most gods who had golden temples decorated with lavish embellishments, her temple was plain white with little to nothing beside one statue of her. And just like the statue, she was dressed in a plain white robe. An ethereal and mysterious mist seemed to cover her face. After leaving her abode, she directly teleported to another one. And this one was also unique. It was a library attended by an old man that looked like he was about to die. Age spots could be seen all over his face along with countless wrinkles. Despite this, his eyes were not murky. Instead, they were quite bright. "Your Highness, to what do I owe this pleasure?" said the old man. As the Destiny Goddess looked at the old man, she was momentarily dazed. "Record God, how old are you now?" "Your Highness, I'm 18, 324, 657 years old." 18 million? You're rapidly approaching the title god limit of 20 million. It's all right. After all, death is an inevitable thing for all living beings. And even the supreme gods will one day return to the embrace of Mother God. "That's true," muttered the Destiny Goddess softly. She could not remember how many god of record she has seen and buried in her lifetime. And one day one of them might bury her. She sighed out loud to remove these distracting thoughts from her mind. "I need you to show me all the knowledge you have recorded about Heavenwell worlds." The record god nodded his head as he led her to the information she wanted. Void god Lu returned to his heavenly abode after being rescued by the fire god. Once inside his temple, another person approached. Based on that person's aura, he was a true god. "Your Majesty, what reward did the fire god give you?" said the true god. "Did he give you permission to become a title god?" After hearing the question, Void god Liu's eyes became blood red. He instantly appeared in front of the true god, gripped his head, and pinched it. Golden blood, bones, and brain fluid drenched his body and decorated the halls of the temple. After, he ignored the filth around him as he sat on his temple. "I was so close to becoming a title god, but now everything is ruined. Outsider, you better not let me catch you." He then closed his eyes to absorb reputation and cultivate. However, what Void God Lu did not notice was a strange black energy that came from his blood and was rapidly spreading through his body. After using the void-breaking talisman, the shadow was teleported to a secret base that he made that was surrounded by formation to prevent spying. Once there, the shadow did not immediately return to meet his commander. Instead, he spent a few days cultivating the part of the Transcending Fate Sutra that involved anti-divination. He had to make sure that these supreme gods could not track his whereabouts anymore. After that, he took out a vat of golden blood. He immediately began to chant a weird formula. As a result, black energy came from his body and entered the blood. A few minutes later, he stopped and nodded in satisfaction. "With this blood possession curse, it should be a lot easier for me to gather information." The shadow then sneered as he placed the blood away. He expected some sort of resistance when placing the curse. However, nothing happened. As such, he was quite disdainful of how lax or carefree the mentality of these gods is. It's like they have no sense of crisis. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized that everything made sense. These gods have been at the top of the food chain for so long since nothing could threaten them. So, they have lost their natural cautiousness, their fear of the unknown, and their awe of heaven and earth. In some way, they are quite pitiful. Although the crystal wall has protected them from harm for who knows how long, it has also restricted the development of their civilization. Of course, the shadow did not pity these gods. To him, the weaker they are the better. After all, he came to this world to conquer it. The weaker the god civilization is, the easier the task will be to accomplish. Chapter 308. The supreme gods of this world can use the power of law? Asked Li Jun with a hint of astonishment as he looked at the shadow in front of him. So, I was right to be cautious. The information brought back from the shadow did bring the group a bit of surprise. With the strange cultivation system and the powerful crystal wall, this world must have a big secret. And most likely this secret involves a great emperor, commented Wang Ju. The others nodded their heads. They were truly surprised by the fact that the god cultivation system allowed cultivators in a Middle Thousand world to control the power of law. More importantly, the lifespan granted by this system is truly exaggerated. According to the information that they received, a true god can live up to 5 million years. That kind of lifespan is only possible for Supreme Realm true monarchs back on their world. So, what do we do now? Asked Yen Liling. We can distribute the cultivation methods to all the realms to reveal the hypocrisy of these gods and weaken them, said Tai Gang. Yen Liling and Wang Ju's eyes lit up after hearing this, as this was a good method. By doing this, they can directly attack the source of the power of these gods, their believers. With more people competing to become gods, the more intense the competition and the fewer believers to divide between them. This would instead lead to infighting between them and reducing their power. Unfortunately, Li Jun shook his head in disagreement. If we only wanted to conquer this world, this would not be a problem. However, do not forget that we also need to gather faith for Big Brother's plan to work. So, if we follow such a plan, this would lead to chaos, and chaos will lead to the death of countless ordinary people who are potential believers. The best option is to conquer this world with as few mortal casualties as possible. In that case, do you have a plan? Asked Yen Liling. Li Jun did not immediately answer. He waved his hand to show an image or a map in front of everyone. The image had 36 circles with different names written in the middle. They represented the 36 realms of this world. The 36 realms are essentially 36 worlds connected together. So, my plan is... Everyone seriously pondered the feasibility of his plan. This could work, said Tai Gang. However, could the formation master we brought accomplish such a major task? Let's ask him, replied Li Jun. He opened his space ring and brought a young man from them. He was a disciple in the primordial spirit realm and a formation master. More importantly, he cultivated the formation rune body. After explaining his plan to him, the disciple pondered for a moment and said, Young Master Li Jun, your plan is possible. However, the resources needed for such a large project will be quite large. You do not need to worry about that. Just tell me what you need. If it is not enough, we can still contact the sect and get it. We have plenty of time. After the disciple gave Li Jun a list of things he needed, the group finally began to move around in this world. Of course, they still remained invisible and did not show up in front of the gods. Additionally, they did not stop gathering information. Origin Pildao sect. Wang Wei, who was disguised as Lu Cheng, opened his eyes. After that, he left his cave and headed to an open field in the sect. In front of the field was a large house with an old man sleeping on a chair. Once Wang Wei was close to him, the old man opened his eyes and looked at him. Fifth young master, what can I do for you? Old Meng, I came here to cross my heavenly tribulation. Is the young master going to break through the supernatural realm? It's about time, said the old man. He stood up from his seat and entered inside the house, and a few minutes later he returned with a ring in his hand and gave it to Wang Wei. After thanking the old man, he headed to the middle of the field and sat cross-legged to adjust his condition. 2 hours later, clouds gathered on top of the field and Wang Wei raised his head with a look of worry. Although he was confident in his method to even fool any true monarchs, he did not know whether he could fool Heavenly Tao. If his method fails, then this tribulation will be very powerful and risk revealing his identity. Luckily for him, the worst-case scenario did not occur. After clouds gathered for 12 meters, they stopped. And after seeing this, his mouth could not help twitch. He remembered when he underwent his tribulation. Clouds covered the entire sect and beyond. Additionally, he was even treated as a devil cultivator and suffered from cleansing purifying flame and heavenly destruction flame. After complaining a little to himself, he prepared to overcome the tribulation. A fireball came from the sky and headed straight to Wang Wei. So, without hesitation, he mobilized his origin chi to create a semi-transparent barrier around him. Once the fireball hit him, Wang Wei was forced to take a few steps back. His internal energy became chaotic and he almost spitted out a mouthful of blood. As for his shield, it was instantly destroyed. How weak is this guy? Thought Wang Wei to himself. Right now, he was only using Lu Cheng's power instead of his own. And yet, even such a small attack almost killed him. Although he knew that most alchemists were weak, especially in the early stages of cultivation, but this Lu Cheng was on another level. This guy never practiced any attacking spells or tried to increase his strength. Worse, the amount of time he was in a fight could be counted in one hand. After sighing to himself, Wang Wei took action. An armor appeared on his body along with a cauldron. He controlled the cauldron to fly in the air and intercepted the fire that kept coming from the sky. Every time a fireball descended from the clouds, he would use the cauldron to contain and absorb the flame. The process lasted for an hour. Wang Wei thought that he would easily pass the tribulation like this. However, on the last attack, the fireball increased in size by at least 5 times in diameter. Additionally, it completely ignored the cauldron and headed straight for him. Not just that, even the armor did little. It only blocked the fireball for a brief moment before attacking his real body. Knowing the danger of the situation, Wang Wei quickly activated all the defensive artifacts and talismans in his space ring. This act brought him a few minutes to decrease the power of the flame by a few %. Nevertheless, his body was still hit by the flame and he was sent flying away. Intense pain assaulted all parts of his body, including his soul. Of course, to him, this kind of pain was nothing. However, since he was playing Lu Cheng, he had to release a few grunts for the people who were secretly watching. After the flame burned his body, he finally succeeded in his tribulation. The ancient lamp appeared on top of his divine altar along with his good fortune flame. During the process, Wang Wei could tell that based on this guy's foundation, he would probably only create a 9-9 colored flame. For a direct disciple of the sect master of an emperor lineage, this was quite mediocre. Fortunately, with the aura of the innate material that Wang Wei transferred to him, he could turn on the 10th color. Unfortunately, he was not satisfied. So, he secretly added some power from his real body to make the 11th color. After all, the more talented he was, the more chances that he would have in achieving his goals. In the future, he will have to slowly build this Lu Cheng's reputation as a genius through many methods. After overcoming the tribulation, Wang Wei was injured, so he hurriedly left the passing tribulation field and returned to his cave. Inside, he took 2 things, 1 pill and an orb. These things were given to Lu Cheng by his master for his heavenly tribulation. He quickly ate the pill to heal his injuries. A mild medicinal power traveled throughout his body to heal him. While running his cultivation technique to accelerate the absorption of the pill, he quickly also absorbed the power inside the orb. The orb contained a small amount of chi luck that was refined so that it could be absorbed by people. And after doing so, Wang Wei could feel that an innate talent was slowly brewing inside his body. Although he knew that with such little amount of chi luck, the talent will not be much. He hoped that it would not be a normal level talent, but a growth one so that he can have room to maneuver in the future. Chapter 309. Wang Wei closed his eyes to witness his innate talent brewing. Countless runes that he could not understand appeared inside his divine sea. An hour later, they stopped and formed a complete picture. Then, information about the talent was sent inside his mind. Phew, luckily this talent is a growth one. With my ability, I should be able to slowly cultivate it to a high level. Immediately after healing his injuries, he decided to test out his talent. So, he went to his alchemy room to concoct a pill. However, as soon as he got there, he received an invitation from a communication talisman. After activating it, he bowed slightly. Disciple has seen the master. Little fifth, how is your injury? Thanks to the pill granted by the master, my injuries are completely healed. That's good. I've seen your tribulation. Having accomplished an 11-color flame is not bad. Disciple is ashamed. If not for the recent fortunate encounter, I probably would not have such a result. Is this guy already starting to doubt me? This should not be, thought Wang Wei to himself as he made his face look like he was sorry for disappointing his master. There is no need to be ashamed. After all, you are not a heaven chosen that will compete for the heaven will. With an 11-color flame, you can still break through the supreme realm and enjoy 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Disciple will do his best not to disappoint the master. Yi Lao nodded, said a few comforting words before disconnecting the communication. After that, he pondered for a few moments, then his eyes suddenly turned golden red. He looked in the direction that Wang Wei's cave was, and he was slightly surprised by what he saw. He saw an orange dragon with a quarter of its body already turned yellow. Additionally, upon further focusing, he could see that a small part of the dragon's tail was turning golden. Another thing that he noticed was that the dragon who was usually curled up was now fully displaying its body as it circled the cave. It seems that Little Fifth's Qi luck has started to awaken. Yi Lao was not surprised by this discovery as it was quite a common phenomenon. Some people are not born as geniuses or heaven-chosens with powerful Qi luck. Instead, they have to wait after a certain time or even in their life before their Qi luck awakens and they can slowly increase their fortune. Of course, unlike innate heaven-chosens, these people have to fight and suffer more for their destiny and fortune. After noticing the change in Lu Cheng's Qi luck, Yi Lao waved his hand and an invisible white light rushed from his cave and hit Wang Wei's Qi luck. Immediately after that, it turned into its original orange color. After doing that, he continued to refine his pill. Meanwhile, back in his cave, he discovered that someone was spying on his luck, but he pretended not to know anything. After the white light hit his Qi luck dragon, he was momentarily surprised, then smiled. This Yi Lao is not a bad master. He even hid his disciple's Qi luck to protect him from others. He then went back to his business as he was prepared to refine pills. The previous owner of this body was a low-level Tier 2 alchemist, meaning that the highest level of pills he could refine were low-grade earth pills which are used by supernatural realm cultivators. And from his memories, Wang Wei knew that the success rate of the refinement was quite low, especially since Lu Cheng did not have divine sense to help during the process. Honestly, this guy was very lucky to pass the assessment to become a Tier 2 alchemist. He was lucky to succeed in his 4th attempt out of 5. Wang Wei had to shake his head when he saw that memory. He wondered how could the Alchemy Association be so lax to just give this guy such a rank after refining one pill. Of course, he also guessed that the Alchemy Association was not lax, but took into account Lu Cheng's master and bent the rules and gave him the rank. After taking out his cauldron and the herbs needed for the refinement, Wang Wei began. He did not immediately refine an earth-grade pill but started with the lowest profound-grade pill. Before infiltrating this sect, he also minored in Pill Dao and had some attainment on alchemy. Unfortunately, even since Yen Liling joined the team, he has been a little negligent in his alchemy training. As such, he decided to start over and review the things he previously learned. A 500 years ginseng, root of a blood lotus, red dates, and fresh blood drained from a tiger demon heart. As Wang Wei looked at these ingredients, he prepared to place them inside the cauldron to begin the process of refinement. Immediately, his talent activated. He cut off a few centimeters of the blood lotus root. The cut was extremely precise. Then, he also shaved off a few pieces from the red dates. As for the demonic blood, he measured the quantity down to the milliliters. So, that's why this ability is called precision. With it, I can use the perfect quantity and ratio when using any herbs. One thing that Wang Wei has always complained about alchemy in this world was the issue of ratio. There was no standard for the entire world, so most pill formulas were solely based on the alchemist who created them. Some alchemists created their own system of measurements, while others used vague descriptions like a pinch or a handful on their formula. Some of them even straight out asked people to feel the ratio that they felt was appropriate. As a result of this, alchemy relies greatly on talent, trial and error, and resources. So, when he was young, he created a system of measurement for all the alchemists in the sect to use. His goal in doing so was to lower the talent entry for alchemy, thus cultivating more lower-level alchemists for the sect. Unfortunately, back then, many of the alchemists in the alchemy hall disagreed with his approach. These pedantic old men who had their nose up their arse did not care for his status as they believed he was committing blasphemy against such a sacred profession. Fortunately, his father saw the advantage of this system and quickly implemented it. A few hundred years later, this pedantic old man saw the benefit of this system and did not dare say anything anymore. Well, at least in public they won't. After placing the herbs inside the cauldron, a red flame appeared in his hand and he began to melt the herbs. His control of flame has to be exact, otherwise the herbs will be destroyed. With his divine sense, he could see everything happening inside the cauldron, and it became easier to control the flame. Once the herbs were melted, he began the process of removing impurities. Heaven and earth were both fair and balanced. As such, nothing was truly perfect. Everything and everyone has impurities inside their bodies, and that also goes for medicinal herbs. Even the ones that have been baptized by spiritual qi for millions of years. Wang Wei controlled the flame to burn the impurities inside all these herbs. With how powerful his soul is, he quickly reached the limit of the number of impurities that he could burn off, then he proceeded to the next step. The herbs were then mixed up together. What Wang Wei was refining was the blood qi pill that could increase the blood qi of cultivators in the body refining realm and increase their cultivation. Of all the herbs he used, all of them served as a way to increase qi and blood, except for the red dates. This herb was used to blend all the other medicinal energy into one. Once the process ended, 9 red pills appeared inside the cauldron. Then, Wang Wei proceeded to the final step, divine runes. Using his spiritual strength, he inscribed 3 runes on the first pill. 1 rune was used to excite the blood energy in the pill, making it more active and increasing its potential. 1 rune was used to contain the energy and slowly release it instead of doing so altogether at once. As for the final rune, it was used to help with the absorption process. Each person's body is different, so they can only absorb a certain amount of medicinal energy. However, the final runes would increase the absorption rate by at least 30% for ordinary people with an ordinary talent. After refining the first pill, he continued for the others. However, he did not use the same set of runes. On the second pill, he used 2 of the runes that excite the blood energy and 1 that contains it. That way, the amount of energy in that pill drastically increases. At the same time, it became even more difficult to absorb. On the third pill, he did not use runes to contain the energy or help with absorption. For the 3 runes, he only used the one that increased energy and potential. By doing so, Wang Wei changed the pill from being a blood qi pill to a berserk pill. After swallowing it, a person will not increase their cultivation. Instead, their strength will increase drastically for a short time. Of course, at the cost of damage to their bodies. Chapter 310. Being able to control different runes to have different effects on a pill requires a very high talent and understanding of runes. As for Wang Wei, he has been studying divine runes ever since he was 5 years old because he wanted to create a physique for himself. A few hours later, he opened the lid of the cauldron to look at the 9 floating pills. He used his divine sense to check the aura of the pill, then he frowned. 2 perfect quality pills, 5 superior and 1 average. It seems that I have indeed slacked off. Alchemy pills were not only divided based on tiers, but also quality. Every pill's quality is divided into inferior, average, superior, and perfect. The quality is based on how much the herbs were purified, the heat control, the ratio of the herbs used, and whether the divine runes were perfectly inscribed. After seeing the result, Wang Wei closed his eyes and reviewed the entire process of his previous refinement. With his perfect memory, he recreated the entire process in his mind without missing anything. I see. The fire was not controlled properly and burned a few medicinal energies. There was nothing wrong with the purification process, however, The runes were not as smooth as they should be when being engraved. After finding the problem, he tried again. He placed the same material inside the cauldron and began refining. The purification process went well, and he paid great attention to his control of the flame. Finally, when it was time to engrave the runes, Wang Wei's concentration reached its peak as he used his spiritual power or spirit to make the complicated patterns of the runes. The hard part about this process was the fact each rune was complicated and small, which meant that they required great concentration and precision. On top of that, the runes have to be made in one go without stopping, and they have to be connected. The Blood Qi pill is a low-level profound pill that only requires 3 runes. However, the higher-tier pills require hundreds if not thousands of runes. After engraving the last runes, the pill was finally refined. After checking it, Wang Wei discovered that 6 of them were of perfect quality, while the remaining 3 were only superior. Not satisfied, he did the 3rd attempt. This time, he finally achieved the level of all 9 perfect quality pills. What's more, all his attempts after that resulted in perfect quality pills. So, he tried other low-level profound pills like body-enhancing pills, vitality-regulating pill, muscle-strengthening pill, etc. In all his attempts, the quality of his pills was perfect, so he concluded that he was now used to low-level profound pills. However, he did not immediately refine middle-level profound pills, but did a little experiment that he had planned for many years but never got to. He placed the herbs for the Blood Qi pill inside the cauldron again to begin the refinement. However, he did not use ordinary flame spells. He used his cleansing purifying flame instead. The results surprised him a little. He previously thought that he had completely purified the materials, but he was proven wrong once he used the heavenly flame. The purified materials increased the qualities of all the pills by 1 level. What that meant was that even if Wang Wei's flame control and runes engraving could only allow him to make a superior quality pill, the purification level of the herbs immediately raised the pill to perfection. The same goes for any average or inferior quality pills. As for a perfect quality pill, the effect of the pill would increase between 20 to 50%. Wang Wei was surprised by this discovery and did a few more tests. The conclusion was that with the cleansing purifying flame, the lowest quality of pills that he could refine was average. It was impossible to create an inferior. It's either the pill concocting failed or he made an average quality pill. After making this discovery, Wang Wei immediately tried his second heavenly flame, the heavenly destruction flame. Unfortunately, using the black flame for alchemy proved disastrous for him. This flame's sole purpose was destruction, so it burned off all the herbs as soon as it came into contact with it. It was only on the 7th trial that he managed to make an inferior quality pill, and it barely reached that standard as it was close to being labeled a poisonous pill. Nevertheless, Wang Wei was satisfied with this discovery. He decided to continue using this flame for alchemy as a way to train his flame control. When he can make a perfect quality pill using the heavenly destruction flame, his alchemy will reach another level. Finally, Wang Wei had one last test to make, his chaos flame that was located inside his heart. A transparent flame that seemed both static and constantly changing color appeared in his hand, then he refined the herbs with it. To his surprise, he discovered that the chaos flame was not only as good if not better than the cleansing purifying flame, it could also nourish the herbs and improve their quality. For example, the 500 years old ginseng turned into a 1,000 years old one, the root of the blood lotus became bright red instead of the dim red color, the red dates turned purple, and the blood of the demonic beast had a tinge of gold. Wang Wei looked at the 9 pills inside his cauldron that excited a mysterious and profound breath. He took one and swallowed it to feel the effect. And to his astonishment, the perfect pill was at least 5 times more powerful than a regular one. This low-level profound pill could be classified as a middle-level profound pill. He immediately did some tests and realized that no matter how bad the rune engraving process was, the pill will turn into perfect quality ones. And if the process is done correctly, the strength of the pill will increase between 5 to 10 times. No wonder the Flame Emperor was considered one of the greatest alchemists that ever existed, muttered Kang Wei. There were even rumors that he might have surpassed the Danyuan emperor when it came to pill Dao. It's a shame such a powerful emperor did not create his own lineage. However, he may have left his inheritance somewhere in the myriad emperor world. After reining in his thoughts, Wang Wei finally began to refine middle-level profound pills. He chose a simple pill called Origin Qi Pill, which is the upgraded version of Blood Qi Pill used by Divine Sea Realm cultivators. Just like the name implies, it can increase the Origin Qi inside a cultivator's body and help them in their cultivation. With the right state of mind, he was able to perfectly control the heat and properly purify the material needed. When it came to rune engraving, he had to be more careful since the pill required 9 runes instead of 3. Many of these runes involved how to stabilize the divine sea once the medicinal energy rushed inside, and also to help with the absorption process. After refining the pills, 2 of them were of superior quality while the rest were perfect. So, he refined a few more cauldrons until he could only refine perfect quality. Then he refined other middle-level profound pills like Divine Sea Expansion Pill, which increase the size of the Divine Sea and allow cultivators to hold more Origin Qi. Origin Qi Controlling Pill can help cultivators increase their control over their Origin Qi. Purifying Qi Pill, which can purify Origin Qi and increase the quality. Just like that, 3 months passed and Wang Wei never left his cave. He spent all his time on alchemy. In front of him was still a cauldron with 9 pills inside, and he was in the process of engraving runes on the pill. After engraving the 81st rune, the process was completed. So, he opened the lid of the cauldron and looked at the result with satisfaction. I've finally mastered making low-level earth pills and caught up with Lu Cheng's skill. Wang Wei himself could only be considered a middle tier 2 alchemist, as the highest level of pill he ever refined himself was a middle-level earth pills which are used by divine body realm cultivators. After all, he could ask for any pill he wanted, and once Yen Liling joined the team, he became a little lazy. However, he was now going to take advantage of his current predicament to fully develop his alchemic talent. Alright, let's refine the middle-level earth pill. Unfortunately, he could not find any of the herbs necessary inside Lu Cheng's space ring. So, he took out a talisman to ask for herbs. However, he suddenly paused midway. He realized that he was not in the Dao opening sect and could just ask for what he needed and someone would bring it to him. According to Lu Cheng's memory, even as the disciple of the sect master, if he wanted herbs and materials, he needed to use sect points. After realizing this, Wang Wei wondered if he should just use the material inside his space ring. In the end, he decided otherwise and finally left his cave. Chapter 311. After leaving his cave, Wang Wei followed his memory to fly towards the exchange pavilion. He soon arrived in front of a wooden house that looked like 3 houses stacked on top of each other. In the middle house, a plaque with the character Exchange Pavilion written in black. After entering inside, the first thing he noticed was that the inside was way bigger than the outside. He guessed that a space expansion formation was placed inside. Many disciples were walking everywhere inside, and no one paid attention to him. Based on body movement and facial expression, he could tell that some people recognized him, but they just ignored him. With a calm look on his face, he went to one of the many booths. He took out his token, and once the people in line saw it, they gave way for him, so he came to the front of the line. "What can I do for you, 5th young master?" asked the female disciple that was in charge of this particular booth. "I'm here to hand over some pills in exchange for sect points," responded Wang Wei blandly before taking a space ring and handing it over to the girl. She then used her divine sense to take the things out, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. She found a lot of superior quality profound pills. What's more, a few of them were of perfect quality. On top of that, there were more than 20 low-level earth-grade pill, and most of them were normal qualities, with 3 of them being perfect quality. As an alchemist herself, she knew how difficult it is to refine perfect quality pills, no matter the grade. On top of that, all of these pills came from Lu Cheng, the person with the least amount of talent amongst the disciples of the sect master. This girl had dealt with him before, and the quality of the pill he previously exchanged was nothing compared to now. Even the quantity was not as large. Despite all the thoughts that went across the girl's mind, her facial exchange still remained with the inviting smile. According to sect rules, your total of points for all these pills is 9,875. Wang Wei nodded calmly. Based on the information he knew, this result was more than fair. So, he handed his identity token to her, and after she placed it on a formation behind the counter, the number of registered points on the token increased. After thanking the girl, he headed to another booth that was opposite the previous one he was in. As the girl in the booth watched him leave, she was thinking to herself, the pills that Lu Cheng handed over still have some residual heat inside them, meaning that he probably refined them himself. Previously, his talent was mediocre, but now he seems to have encountered some kind of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it could not explain how his alchemy has increased so much in such a short time. Should I tell the elder about this, or am I being too sensitive? Just in case, let's inform him. However, as soon as this idea came into her mind, an invisible and undetectable spiritual power entered her mind. Immediately afterward, she thought to herself, I'm being too cautious. Maybe he was just lucky this time around and had more success than usual. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not use his token to get in the front of the line this time since it was not that long. While waiting, he thought to himself, I wonder how deep Fu Kaiyun's control over this sect is. Just now, he quickly read the fate line of the girl in the booth and learned that she was secretly one of the people that supported Fu Kaiyun in the sect. After making this discovery, Wang Wei did a quick read on many other people, and more than 2/3 of the people behind the booths were his people. That meant that Fu Kaiyun had full control over people of power in the Origin Dao Pill sect. I feel bad for my cheap master. His sect is not under his control. Wang Wei was pondering whether he should get rid of Fu Kaiyun so that his plan could go more smoothly. According to his original plan, he wanted to impersonate one of Fu Kaiyun's disciples since he had the most power in the sect. However, after his research, he learned that most of Fu Kaiyun's disciples will either die or become mediocre. They usually showed excellent talent in the early years, but later they became mediocre. As for the truly extraordinary one that had hope of inheriting his ability and skill, they all died under strange and mysterious circumstances. In the world, there has never been a lock that is kept locked forever. So, rumors of the fact that Fu Kaiyun secretly killed his disciples have long spread to the world, leading to his terrible reputation. Of course, that's just one of the reasons. While Wang Wei was thinking about his next step of action, it was already his time. He looked at the disciple in front of him, and he knew that he was also one of Fu Kaiyun's people. I need the material on this list, said Wang Wei. Purple cordyceps, fire elemental petals, heart of tier 4 demonic beast, preferably one of the fire elements, 10,000 years old eukamia bark, and a blood-concentrating flower, muttered the young man with a frown. What he just read was just a small part of the list. These are all herbs to make middle-level earth pills. Are you sure you want to exchange them? Is there a problem? Asked Wang Wei back. No, there is no problem, hurriedly said the man. All of these herbs will cost a total of 8,343 points. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Currently, he only has a little more than 10,000 points. But now, he was about to use more than 80% of it. It seems that I have to find a way to make more points. If I continue to exchange high-quality pills more often, it will be easy to be discovered. After handing the disciple his token to pay, he quickly used a spiritual hint on him and the people around him to not pay great attention to him and his action. Even the elders secretly protecting this place was not spared. Luckily for Wang Wei, that old man was only in the Saint Realm, so he was not discovered. After doing this, he returned to his cave. However, he did not immediately start refining pills. Instead, he focused on the cultivation technique that Lu Cheng's had cultivated. Despite being a disciple of the sect master, he did not cultivate any emperor scriptures of the sect. Instead, he cultivated a technique that he accidentally discovered in a cave back when he was still immortal. The technique was called flame controlling art. and as the simple name implied, it taught cultivators how to control flame for alchemy. This technique was divided into 12 layers. Unfortunately, Lu Cheng only had 6 layers, and as such, could only cultivate to the primordial spirit realm. Knowing that this technique had no future, he told his master about it so that he can change to a better one. However, Yi Lao told him that this technique was strange, and only by cultivating to the 6th level could he change to another one. Wang Wei always felt that this technique was special. To be precise, it seemed as if it was incomplete. And he was not referring to the fact that it only had half the layers. To him, it was like someone took a more powerful technique and simplified it to make it easier for other people to learn. Another thing that made him suspicious was the conversation that Lu Cheng had with Yi Lao when he first showed him the technique. The sect master was too nonchalant. A cultivation technique that could teach people how to properly control flame should be very valuable to an alchemy sect. Yet, Yi Lao did not show any interest after Lu Cheng showed it to him. He even swore an oath not to tell anyone else that he was cultivating it. After knowing that something was wrong, Wang Wei wanted to find the answer. So, he used his power of fate to deduce the cause and effect of this cultivation technique. He wanted to find its origins. Unfortunately, his deduction did not produce any result. So, he changed his calculation and wanted to know if this technique was related to the origin Dao Pil sect. He still could not get an answer. So, he deduced if the technique had any relationship with sect master Yi Lao. He finally got an answer, and a positive one at that. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after this as many thoughts rushed through his mind. He had many theories, however, there was too little information as of now. For the next week, he stayed in his cave, then left for the sect's library. He wanted to check if there was any technique that could help people increase their flame control. And the answer was negative. Without pause, he headed to another person's cave. He wanted to check one last thing about this technique before making any theories or deductions. Chapter 312. After arriving at his designated cave, Wang Wei saw that the entrance had a formation, so he just stood in front and waited. He knew that the owner would be aware of his arrival. A few minutes later, the formation was activated and someone came out. Wang Wei knew that person was a servant, so he just nodded his head to him and followed the ladder. Soon, he was led into one of the rooms inside the cave. As soon as he entered, Wang Wei felt that heaven and earth changed. It was like he was in a different place where the laws were completely different. The feeling was similar to when he first arrived at the academy. A small world? Thought Wang Wei as he continued to follow the female maid. Although this was not the first time that Lu Cheng came here, he did not notice the difference between this small world and outside. After a few minutes of walking, he saw a vast field of land where countless medicinal herbs were planted. Some people were taking care of these plants. He even saw a few mortals taking care of some of the plants. With a little surprise, he looked at the plants that they were in charge of. With just a look, he realized why their presence was necessary. These mortals were taking care of a rare herb called the untouchable flower that could not be touched by cultivators. As long as the lowest body refining realm cultivator touched them, the energy inside their bodies would be immediately absorbed, and the flower would instantly change properties. It would change from yin and water nature to yang and fire nature. Based on the nature of the herb, different pills can be made, and as the yin nature can make more valuable pills, alchemists usually used formation or mortals to cultivate this herb for them. Sometimes a combination of the two. Wang Wei had to follow a specific path to not interact with the herbs. Of course, he knew that it was no use to approach as he could feel all the formations protecting the different patches of fields. After walking for almost half an hour, he soon reached a small pavilion with a beautiful woman dressed in a green robe. She sat cross-legged on a futon with a small table with 2 cups and a pot on the side. As soon as Wang Wei approached the girl, the faint scent of medicinal herbs drifted to his nose. However, the scent was not repugnant or bitter, it was more soothing, refreshing, and calming. It seems to display her temperament perfectly. Wang Wei cupped his hand. "Third senior sister." "Little fifth, how have you been?" responded Lan Ling with a smile as she motioned for him to sit down. Her movement was slow, yet elegant at the same time. Immediately, Wang Wei felt his heart skip a beat, and he almost blushed. Fortunately, he rushed to control his bogus reaction. Well, this Lu Cheng had such a major crush on his senior sister that it even affected my consciousness. After sitting down, Lan Ling poured the tea for both of them. In the process, she used the perfect tea ceremony. The process was so beautiful that Wang Wei once again felt his mind and spirit peaceful and refreshed. This showed that she had cultivated her tea ceremony to the point of attaining the Tao. In return, Wang Wei also used proper etiquette. Whether it was him or Lu Cheng, they also learned about tea ceremonies. The only difference is that Wang Wei had to learn as a part of his aristocratic education, while Lu Cheng learned to have a topic to discuss with his senior sister. As Lan Ling watched Wang Wei drink the tea, she was slightly surprised. The reason for that was that his movements were perfect and had no flaws. In the past, her little junior brother did try to look more sophisticated and noble when drinking tea with her. However, she could see at a glance that he was trying too hard. But now, his movements were natural, more fluent. It was as if he trained since he was young. Although his movement did not have the charm of people who studied the tea ceremony deeply, there was nothing to complain about. I have recently entered the supernatural realm and had some understanding about alchemy. As such, I would like to ask senior sister to give me some pointers. Lan Ling smiled gently and nodded to his request. She was aware of her little junior brother's fondness for her. However, her approach to the situation is to let nature take its course. Although she did not feel the same way, she was not repulsive to him as well. Plus, their master did not forbid fellow disciples from getting together. Wang Wei began to ask Lan Ling questions about refining low-level earth pills. His questions started simply before going more in-depth. However, despite this, his focus was not on the conversation. He was secretly observing her. The first thing he noticed was her cultivation level, void-shattering realm. And he could see that she was quite young for her realm. After realizing this, he also understood where the small world where the garden is located came from. Most likely she made herself. With her cultivation level, it should not be a problem to create it with the necessary resources. After that, Wang Wei checked her fate line, and he was shocked. To be exact, he was shocked for two reasons. One, he saw a red string from her attached to his body. This can only mean that she has a fated marriage with Lu Cheng. If nothing unexpected occurs, these two will eventually get together. After seeing this, Wang Wei's first instinct was to cut the line. After all, he did not want any emotional entanglements. However, he quickly changed his mind. Lu Cheng was not dead, and once he finished with his mission, he could return his life to him. And the many benefits that Wang Wei will acquire during that time will serve as a way to repay karma to him. After making a decision, he focused on the second thing that secretly shocked him. He saw a lock on Lan Ling's fate line preventing his reading. Intrigued, he immediately studied the lock more closely, then he understood what was happening. Most likely, many people were aware of his technique after he used it in the secret realm of Tao tablets back in the Emperor Enlightening Academy. So, they created artifacts and cultivation techniques to block his method. After all, no one would like to have their fate read and reveal all their secrets. After seeing the lock, Wang Wei knew that he could use force to break and still read her fate. However, he could not do it sneakily and will alert her without a doubt. He even guessed that this was one of the reasons people came up with this method. If they know this technique is being used, they can use other methods to try to stop it. It seems that I have to use another method to accomplish my goal, thought Wang Wei, then said, "Third senior sister, I've been pondering about refining a middle-level earth pill recently, but am not confident. I wonder if I could watch you refine one so that I could learn from you." Lan Ling was a little surprised by this sudden request. Usually, his little junior is very reserved when meeting with him. And maybe due to some sort of inferiority complex, he rarely discussed high-level alchemy with her, and usually used it as a request to start a conversation, then changed the subject. But now, he even asked to refine pills for him. Albeit surprised, she still acquiesced. She thought that his confidence had increased after entering a higher realm of cultivation. So, Lan Ling took out a cauldron from her space ring along with a few spiritual herbs, then she concocted a fortune-enhancing pill in front of him. This pill could help Divine Body Realm cultivators increase the strength of their good fortune flame to accelerate the pace at which they refine their bodies. For the next 3 hours, Wang Wei pretended to focus on Lang Lin's every movement. Once she was done, there were 7 pills inside the cauldron, with 5 of them being superior and 2 perfect quality. Considering that she placed enough material to make 9 pills, this was a great feat. This showed that she was quite talented, and if she did not refine the pill on the spot and prepare more, there would be more and the quality would be better. After seeing her refinement, Wang Wei thanked her and left with the excuse that he wanted to return to his cave to digest his new understanding. While walking away, Wang Wei only had one thought in his mind: I was right. She also cultivates the flame-controlling art. Chapter 313. After returning to his cave, Wang Wei pondered deeply about his recent discovery. Just like him, his third senior sister cultivated the flame-controlling art. And from his observation, she might even have reached the 7th level. Now, the question is, how did she have this technique? Wang Wei thought of 3 possibilities. 1. His master gave it to his third sister after Lu Qing showed it to him. 2. His master has created many inheritances of this technique scattered into the world, and he accepted people who have discovered the inheritance as disciples. Based on his previous calculation that his master had some relationship with this technique, this theory is highly likely. Third, one of the ancestors of the Origin Pildao sect was the one who left the inheritance, and his master is just in charge of collecting the disciple who received the inheritance. As Wang Wei pondered over these 3 theories, he quickly eliminated the first one. Based on his observation of Lan Ling, her foundation was established with the flame-controlling art, meaning that she has been cultivating it long before Lu Qing even entered the sect. As for the other 2 theories, either one could be true. Nevertheless, no matter the truth, he can conclude that this technique was not simple and held a greater secret. After concluding, he wanted to know the answer, so he began to ponder how to find the truth. Directly asking his third sister or master will not yield any result. These 2 would probably use the fact that his cultivation was low to warn him not to intervene in this kind of mystery that could get him killed. As Wang Wei tweaked his brain to find a solution, he suddenly remembered the 5 saints that intercepted him when he was returning to the sect. Lu Qing is a pretty mediocre person in the sect, so who would send 5 saints after him? For what reason? The only special thing about him is that cultivation technique. I should not have killed all of them at once, muttered Wang Wei with regret. He wished he had left at least one alive to search for information. Nevertheless, he could guess who sent them: Fu Kaiyun. Wang Wei guessed that he might also have some suspicion about Lu Cheng's cultivation method and sent his people to check it out. As long as Wang Wei investigates from there, he will eventually find something. However, he did not immediately set out but instead started to take a deeper look at the flame-controlling art. Previously, he only took a glance at it and used the 4th level to break through the supernatural realm. A few weeks prior, after Wu Hong watched Wang Wei leave for the southern continent, she left the sect and headed for the western continent. She broke the space, and in just an instant, she crossed the central continent and arrived on the other side. Soon after, Wu Hong found herself on a mountain range. After sensing the nearest place with life, she broke the space and appeared there, floating in the air as he gazed downward. What she saw was a man dressed in a red robe sitting cross-legged in the middle of a village. He was absorbing a bunch of red energy that came from all the dead people of the village. Based on the blood on his body, Wu Hong could tell that this man had just slaughtered this village himself, and he was using their blood to cultivate. With just a glance, she could tell that this man's talent was horrible. The highest level of cultivation he should reach is probably the body refining realm 3rd or 4th layer. Yet, this man's current cultivation level was the Divine Sea realm. To be precise, he was in the peak of Origin Lake. She could guess how many people he slaughtered to reach that level. Without saying anything, she used her divine sense to search his soul. The poor guy did not have the time to react or realize what was going on. He bled from all the orifices of his body as his soul was destroyed. So, I'm currently in Tiger King domain. Not far from the Children's Heart domain. Wu Hong waved her hand and all the bodies of these villagers were buried, and a large grave was erected in the middle. Then, she broke the space again and headed for her destination. After arriving in Children's Heart domain, Wu Hong headed to a place called Black Stripe Forest. Once there, she saw many cultivators headed inside the forest to hunt demonic beasts and search for opportunities. Unfortunately, at the entrance of the forest, a group of people dressed in similar uniforms would stop anyone coming out of the forest and asking for tax. And if someone refused, they would be directly killed and their space rings taken away. Of course, the majority of people did not refuse as they were used to this already. With a glance, Wu Hong, who was invisible, identified these people taking taxes. They were from the Beating Heart cult, a devil emperor lineage with one great emperor. Ignoring these people, she entered the forest. Using her divine sense, she found her destination in the southern part of the forest. Wu Hong then appeared in front of a small cave. After seeing it, she immediately frowned, then quickly entered. Soon, she found herself in a small secret realm that was darkly light with a red ambience. However, as soon as she entered, there were no guards, no puppets, or formations to prevent her from moving forward. As such, Wu Hong's frown increased. She headed unimpeded directly to the core of this. All she saw was a small table with nothing inside. She searched for a while but did not find anything. Did Du Hu already get the curse of hatred? According to the timeline, it should have been a little later. After not finding what she wanted, she left the secret realm and headed straight to the Devouring Heart domain, which was the location of the Beating Heart cult. Once she arrived, no one discovered her presence. However, she could hear some of the conversations that the disciples were having. "Brother Yu, did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation?" "Only because of luck," replied Brother Yu with a smug look on his face. "If I remember correctly, your last breakthrough was only 5 years ago. Brother Yu, there must be some secret. How about sharing it with your little brother?" "There is no big secret. I was lucky enough to get the heart of a child born on the most time of the year. After absorbing it, of course, I made a breakthrough. Brother Yu, don't lie to us. To acquire such rare and precious material, you must have some connection. How about sharing with your little brother?" "Hee, as long as you have enough origin source, I can get you any kind of hearts you want for cultivation," replied Brother Yu with a cunning light in his eyes. Meanwhile, after filtering out the information she wanted from the talks of these disciples, Wu Hong headed to the main mountain of the sect where the sect master was located. No one was able to detect her presence, not even any of the formations around. She easily broke through the sect master's mansion without alerting anyone. There she saw a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on a futon with his eyes closed. A heart floating in front of him. Despite not being attached to a body, it was still beating as the man absorbed energy from it. The aura of the middle-aged man and the heart were similar. They were both in the saint realm. Wu Hong suddenly appeared in front of the man and placed one of her fingers in the middle of his forehead, then she searched his soul. The process lasted for a few seconds, then she frowned again. He was not the one who took the curse of hatred? Thought Wu Hong. Then who was it? She immediately used her finger to calculate that person. However, she did not find anything. There are only 2 people who can stop my calculation. The first one is that old guy in the nether hell. However, he is currently sealed and has no power to intervene. Plus, it does not benefit him in any way. The second being Heavenly Tao. She paused for a moment. Could it be intervening because it's related to Wang Wei? She did not have an answer, and she did not care at the moment. What she cared about was her next action. In the previous timeline, Wang Wei suffered from that curse. For more than 10,000 years, he was in constant pain as his soul was slowly corroded and tortured. It almost drove him insane. And since he did not have his paragon soul with him, he was helpless and on his own. No matter what method the Tao opening sect used, they could not remove the curse. Wu Hong's purpose was to retrieve it in advance and prevent this from happening again. However, too many things have changed in this timeline. Well, there is no need to care that much, muttered Wu Hong. Since he could survive the curse in the previous timeline and benefit from it, there should be no problem. After all, his current self is much stronger, and it's not even a comparison. After thinking about this, she left the site of the Beating Heart cult. As for Sect Master Du Hu, he did not die but passed out as his primordial spirit was injured. Chapter 314. After leaving the Beating Heart cult, Wu Hong broke the space and traveled back to the central continent. However, she did not return to the Dao opening sect but headed to the east side of the continent. Soon, she found herself in the lifeless domain, which was located at the very corner of the continent, with the ocean that separated the continents not too far. She floated in the air as she looked at her surroundings. The clouds were red, and they were constant, static, or never changing. Not a single one moved from their places, and it seems that they have been like this for eons. The soil was gray. It was as if they were devoid of life. No plants, animals, or even living beings could be seen from hundreds of miles on. The dichotomy between the ground and the sky gave the entire place a dreary and desperate atmosphere. On top of everything else, there was not even a single ounce of spiritual energy, and the space was turbulent, making it very difficult to teleport. A baleful aura could be felt everywhere, trying to influence the mind of anyone who steps foot in this forbidden domain. Wu Hong could feel that the laws of heaven and earth in this place were chaotic, even destroyed. If any void-shattered realm or saints were to step here, they would lose the ability to use the power of law. Only supreme true monarchs who have their own Dao fruit would not be affected. After a quick glance around, she flew toward one direction. She did not teleport this time. She flew for a few hours with nothing or no one in sight. And with her speed that is faster than light by many times, she traveled a great distance. When she was close to her destination, she finally saw someone. It was an old man dressed in tattered robes with dirt all over his body. His long hair was disheveled and had no shoes on. He seemed to be muttering something non-stop. Unfortunately, his words were nothing but rambling. They made no sense whatsoever. Wu Hong could tell that this man was a saint trying to use this place as a way to temper his Dao heart. Unfortunately, his primordial spirit was corroded by the baleful aura and he became crazy. She looked at the crazy old man with a look of appreciation. Not anyone had the will to try such a harsh method of tempering themselves. Additionally, she could feel that this old man was still struggling to retain his sanity. Nodding her head gently, Wu Hong pointed her finger at him, then a white light entered his sea of consciousness. Countless runes appeared and sealed a red aura that was surrounding the old man's primordial spirit. Immediately afterward, he regained consciousness. The old man looked around but did not find anything. Nevertheless, he still cupped his hand and bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for saving the life-saving opportunity. If you can report your name, this younger generation promised to repay this karma one day." The old man waited for a while but did not hear anything. However, a slight surprise flashed across his eyes, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Senior, for passing the law." A few seconds ago, he received a cultivation technique that allowed him to absorb the baleful aura in this place to increase the strength of his primordial spirit. Once his primordial spirit increases in strength, it will be easier for him to understand the laws between heaven and earth. Additionally, his soul will be more resistant to spiritual attack and interference. And this is not even the greatest benefit that this technique will bring him. With it, his chances of breaking through the supreme realm have increased from less than 1% to 10%. For him, this was the greatest fortunate encounter of his life. The old man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, then left in the opposite direction. Although he would like to meet the senior and maybe even get to know them, this way he might get even more benefit. However, he controlled his greed instead and was satisfied with what he got. Meanwhile, Wu Hong left after giving this man a chance. The reason she did that was that she learned the concept of being an old grandpa that likes to give fortunate encounters to worthy people from Wang Wei. You can say that it has become a hobby of hers. After leaving the old man, Wu Hong flew for a few more hours before seeing a small, old cottage. With just a glance, one could see the vicissitudes of time from the old cottage. She landed in front of the cottage and waited. A few seconds later, a middle-aged man dressed in plain black came out. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. At first, he was perplexed how someone actually discovered this place before the appropriate time. However, as soon as he laid eyes on Wu Hong, his hands trembled slightly. "Empress, is that you?" She nodded her head slightly, then a complicated rune appeared in front of her. As soon as it manifested, Wu Feng felt a slight trembling from his bloodline. "It really is you. What generation are you now?" asked Wu Hong. "It has been so long that I forgot," replied Wu Feng. "However, our family has been keeping guard since you left, never breaking our oath." "Very well," commented Wu Hong. Then she pointed her finger at the man. A white light flew from it and entered his body. During the process, the man did not hesitate nor show any fear. To him, if the Empress wanted to kill him, he would take the blade and hand it to her. Or better yet, doing it himself. A few seconds after the white light entered his body, a black sphere came out of Wu Feng before dispersing. Then he suddenly felt refreshed, like a mountain was removed from his shoulder. His appearance changed from that of a middle-aged man to a youngster no more than 25 years old. "I have sealed and removed all the hidden injuries caused by the constant baptizing of baleful aura. With your current supreme realm strength, you should be able to live a few more million years. Now lead me to it." Wu Feng bowed and led Wu Hong into the cottage. The space instantly became a little crowded, but neither of them minded. After taking out a token, Wu Feng activated it and the ground opened up, revealing a set of stairs. The two then slowly descended with Wu Feng taking the lead. They soon passed through a long and dark corridor to find themselves in a large and empty space. In the middle was a massive red door frame or gate that was probably hundreds of thousands of miles in height. Countless formations could be seen around that gate, and all of them exuded the aura of a great emperor. As Wu Hong gazed at this gate, a slight smile appeared on her face. She could tell that these formations served as a seal, and the first one was laid by herself eons ago. She then took out a small orb and handed it to Wu Feng. "If nothing unexpected occurs, in this generation, the family will be freed from this mission. When the time comes, with this, you should be able to become an immortal venerable, attain immortality and pursue your own dreams and goals." "Dreams and goals, huh?" muttered Wu Feng with a wry smile. "All I have ever known was my mission. Do I even have dreams and goals?" Finding out about this answer is also a good option. Wu Feng nodded his head as he looked at the orb. He was hesitant about accepting it. Although his family has been guarding this place for many years, it was just a preventive measure. Nothing of significance truly happened, so they did not do much. At the same time, they received many benefits. Whoever is chosen to become a guardian will receive all the necessary resources needed to cultivate to the supreme realm. "There is no need for you to doubt whether you deserve such a reward," said Wu Hong. "How many people do you know could keep an oath for billions of years?" After hearing this, Wu Feng was no longer polite and accepted the gift. He then bowed to Wu Hong before returning from the direction that she came. As for her, she headed straight to the gate. As soon as she approached, many of the Emperor formations activated and prepared to destroy and annihilate her. With all these formations, any ordinary great emperor would be instantly slaughtered. However, a strange wave came from Wu Hong's body, stopping the activation of these formations. Then, a white transparent door appeared in the frame and she stepped into it. Soon after that, Wu Hong was teleported to a very dark and gloomy space. She smelled the air and muttered, "The smell of slaughter, death, sin, and depravity. 9 Devil Gods world, it's been a long time." Chapter 315. After arriving at the 9 Devil Gods world, for a moment, she had a look of nostalgia on her face. The majority of her earlier years were greatly influenced by this world and its race. And even after ascending to the Eternal Ascension world, she faced some trouble from the devil race. In the end, once she became powerful, she almost slaughtered the entire race and wiped them out of existence. If some people did not plead with her, no one could have stopped her. After reminiscing for a while, Wu Hong teleported to the nearest large city. She has been gone for a while. She wanted to know what changed over the years. As she constantly teleported to her destination, Wu Hong could see that many places had weird weather phenomena. Thunder, flames, tornadoes, sword chi, and space turbulence existed in large quantities in most places, making 80% of the world inhabitable. As for the habitable places, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was thin, resources were scarce, and the population was small. As for the devils that lived in this world, they all looked weird and fierce. The majority of them had humanoid bodies, but their faces were usually different animals like lions, tigers, elephants, etc. Most of them also had fangs, claws, and tails. Another prominent point about them was the fact that they were really tall. Most devils were at least 3 meters, and this was the minimum height. As Wu Hong floated over the city and watched everyone go by, she could see the desolate looks on these devils' faces. All of them seemed bleak and full of despair. They go about their lives like they have nothing to live for, no hope, no desire for tomorrow. Ignoring these devils, Wu Hong suddenly appeared in the biggest house of this city, the City Lord Mansion. With a wave of her divine sense, she secretly searched his soul. However, a frown appeared on her face soon afterward. She received little information from him. "Well, I should not expect any from a little supernatural realm devil," muttered Wu Hong. She realized that if she were to search each city little by little, too much time might be wasted. In that case, let's not waste time. Her divine sense madly spread out from her body and she searched everything in sight. She saw countless cities that were scattered all over, with great distances between them. As for the roads between these places, all of them were inhabitable by weak life forms, so few devils actually lived there or built any form of civilization. After searching a few million miles in radius, Wu Hong finally discovered a place worth visiting. Immediately, she teleported to a city far away. Yang Mansion, a bunch of devils sat inside a room discussing something. All of them looked exactly like humans except with a third eye in the middle of their foreheads. Patriarch, with this 100,000 years old willow tree branch, our Three Eyes clan can have another void-shattering realm powerhouse, said one of the devils to the man sitting on the throne. Indeed, that's good news, replied the patriarch. What's the good news? Suddenly ringed a voice. Haven't I already said it? The birth of a new void. As everyone turned their gaze to the old man that walked in the room, they became stiff, and no one said anything at all. The old man shook his head as he scanned the people in the room. Look at all of you, happy about a little grade 7 cultivator. Can't you guys have any prospects? He then looked at the patriarch. And you? You should be ashamed, cultivating that cursed origin system. The old man seemed to become angrier. We are the proud descendants of devil gods. Our ancestors conquered worlds, enslaved myriad races, slaughtered emperors and immortals. Yet, you're all happy for such little accomplishment. All the upper echelons of the Three-Eye clan lowered their heads, not daring to look at the old man. After seeing this, the patriarch sighed. Great Elder, all you're talking about are nothing but things of the past, with only records that seemed more like stories than actual events. The sad truth is even if those things written in those ancient documents are true, it no longer matters. Our world is no longer what it used to be, our clan has long lost its glory. We have to face reality. And the reality is, without cultivating the origin system, cultivating is almost impossible. The reality is a void-shattered realm is a great boost of strength to our clan and could ensure our survival in the next few thousand years. You, said the Great Elder, then stormed out of the room. He returned to the clan's ancestral shrine. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he lit up a few incense sticks and placed them next to a bunch of tablets with names written on them. After that, he entered the room next door, which was his resting room. What the old man did not notice was that a beautiful woman dressed in a long cheongsam. Wu Hong looked at one of the shrine tablets and she could see the primordial spirit of a true monarch devil residing inside and absorbing incense to prolong its life. With a wave of her hand, she sealed all the power of that primordial spirit, then searched it. After getting the information she wanted, she crushed that primordial spirit and teleported to a faraway distance. In front of Wu Hong were 4 pillars that rose straight to the sky. They seemed to be supporting the heavens themselves. The pillars looked nothing extraordinary except for their size. Many devils sat in front of them with their eyes closed. They seemed to want to find opportunities from these pillars. Although they looked nothing extraordinary to most people, in Wu Hong's eyes, these pillars were 4 gigantic bodies with countless runes on top of them. They were the 4 devil gods that she previously sealed. As she watched them, she could feel that they were extremely weak because of being sealed for so long. Wu Hong did not pay attention to them and checked the seal on them. And as expected, nothing was wrong with it. After all, she placed it herself and she knew how powerful it was. After nodding her head in satisfaction, she was prepared to leave. However, she felt something was wrong. As a powerful cultivator, she is in harmony with heaven and earth. If she feels that something is wrong, there must be a reason. Immediately, she released her divine sense to search the space of the seal, but nothing was discovered. She then calculated the secrets of heaven with her finger, but nothing was discovered as well. Then her pupils turned purple and she saw a bunch of threads attached to the devil god's body. These threads were not fate lines, but karma threads. Wu Hong looked at the 1,000 of threads, then she found one that was special. To be exact, her intuition told her that this was the one she was looking for. She followed the thread. Her vision broke through countless restrictions of space to reach the place where the thread was connected to. Then she saw a world that was connected to the 9 devil god world. Additionally, this world was very well hidden. Most ordinary great emperors would not be able to find it. As Wu Hong looked at this world, she frowned and thought to herself, another thing that has changed in this timeline. And this time, the changes might not even be related to Wang Wei. Wu Hong understood the concept of the butterfly effect. A single change could lead to countless ripples. And in this case, the ripples might even spread across space and time. After pondering for a brief moment, her vision continued to follow the thread and entered the world. She saw a large continent full of devils. At the center of that continent was where the most powerful force was located, and they happened to be the same race as the devil god that she used the karma technique on. Wu Hong continued to follow the thread, and she finally saw that it was connected to a young devil with a human face and 2 horns. After seeing this, she then looked at the karma threads of the other 3 devil gods, and they all led to the same world, except that they were located on 3 other continents. Wu Hong smirked and muttered, "I see. These guys plan to kill themselves, then use their bloodline descendants to revive themselves." She did not care about these people's plans. How could it be that easy to get rid of her seal? In their situation, they can't kill themselves as her seal will actively prevent this. After smirking for a few seconds, she continued to observe the 4 continents of that world. Unlike the 9 devil god world, this small one is very prosperous with abundant spiritual energy and resources. Additionally, all the devils living there are the most talented and with the best bloodline. All the powerhouses of their races currently reside in that world. As she continued to observe, Wu Hong guessed that in this timeline, someone may have secretly helped the devil race preserve some strength. Otherwise, with her sealing the chi luck of this entire race, they couldn't grow to that level. It seems that this generation's cleanup will be quite interesting. She did not care about this small world and the survival of the devil race. With her observation, she could see that the most powerful cultivator in that world was a quasi-emperor. Let's leave this mess for Wang Wei to fix. Anyway, it's not my problem anymore. Chapter 316. After checking on the subworld attached to the 9 devil gods world, Wu Hong had one last place to check before leaving. Her vision penetrated countless distances until she saw a mass of white fog made of tiny lines amalgamated together. Around this fog were myriad runes that formed a circular cage. The fog kept banging against all corners of the rune cage. Unfortunately, the cage did not budge, not even the slightest. After seeing this scene, she nodded her head in satisfaction as she muttered, "The seal I placed on this world's heavenly Tao does not have any problem. In that case, I am relieved." She then left and returned to the place where she first landed. Since this world was completely sealed, she could only enter and leave from that single portal. Once she arrived at her destination, she returned to the Myriad Emperor world through the gate. This time, she did not go to see Wu Feng and silently departed. Wu Hong did not stay long in the Myriad Emperor world. Once she left the lifeless domain, she once again broke the void and entered the endless void. She glanced at her homeworld for a few seconds before teleporting away. For the next few hours, she gathered a bunch of floating debris scattered in the empty void. These debris were pieces of destroyed worlds. After gathering 360 of them, Wu Hong placed each piece in a specific place. Then, with a wave of her hand, many runes appeared in the void and formed a complicated pattern with the pieces. Once she was done, a formation was created. Wu Hong sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation, closing her eyes to feel something. She stayed in that position for a month before opening her eyes. Finally found it. This was harder than expected. After muttering these words, she activated the formation. A white light enveloped her and she disappeared. As for the 360 world debris, they destroyed themselves after she left. Wu Hong opened her eyes to find herself floating above a large city with many people going about their business. The majority of these people were human, but a lot of races could also be seen. In fact, this large city could be described as 10,000 races gathering city, with how many diverse races gathered. Even the architecture of the city displayed how diverse this city was. Some houses looked like ordinary human places of living, mostly made of spiritual woods. Some houses had spikes and creatures' heads as decoration, some seemed submerged underwater, some were floating in the air, some were on top of very large trees. As Wu Hong looked at all of this, she was not surprised. Instead, she knew that this was the tip of the iceberg for this city. Her view suddenly changed and she could see that this so-called city was a large continent floating in the void, surrounded by a thin protective barrier. The size of this continent was at least equivalent to 100 domains back on the Myriad Emperor world. On top of that, many other subworlds were attached to this continent. Wu Hong's eyes penetrated these subworlds and saw different ones. In some of them, people of different races were battling one another. In another one, they were massacring the devil race only. On another, many people sat cross-legged, seeming in deep meditation. She could see that this world was modified to increase cultivation speed. In another world, many races sat in front of a large tree which seemed to help them become better enlightened on the Tao. In one world she saw a giant mountain, and as people slowly climbed it, they were caught in illusion. By breaking through the illusion, they can improve their state of mind. In one of them, the world was different regions based on elemental powers. For example, there was the fire region, the thunder region, the ice region, the gravity region, etc. People were using this world to temper their fleshly bodies, and as long as they lasted for a certain period of time, a weird energy would enter their bodies and help the process. Wu Hong could see that all these worlds were nothing but the tip of the iceberg, so she did not look further. Instead, her eyes focused on a list in the middle of the main world or the floating continent. Her eyes looked at a specific name and thought to herself, "I can't believe that the person who attended the slaughter trial in this timeline is Lin Fan instead of Wang Wei." The name she was looking at was written in bold, Lin Fan, Absolute Chaos Physique, Myriad Emperor World, ranked 2345th. She looked at the list for a moment, then said out loud, "Come out." A few seconds later, a handsome man dressed in a blue robe appeared next to her. He looked at her up and down. "Empress Wu? Who else would it be?" "How is that possible?" responded the young man. "You have flesh and blood and a soul. With how strict heavenly Tao controls the lower dimension, it should be impossible for you to leave a clone here. Old thief Nether and many people have managed to do so. What's wrong with me doing it? Old thief Nether is nothing but a little Empyrean. As for other people, that was a long time ago when the control was not as strict as now, replied the young man. Well, aren't I also a little Empyrean? Replied Wu Hong nonchalantly. However, the youth shook his head as he stared at her. It seemed he was trying to figure out how she managed to leave a clone in the lower dimension. Wu Hong turned her head and finally looked at the young man. Chen Tong, this is the reason you're in this half-state of death. Your curiosity is too strong. Chen Tong smiled wryly before saying, Empress, what can I do for you? I need the path-seeking stone in your hand. What? Absolutely not. Although the path-seeking stone is only considered a supreme-level treasure, it is something sought after by even paragons if the circumstances allow for it. Don't be stingy, replied Wu Hong. This thing has little effect on you. True, but I was still going to use it for the final winner of the trial. By now, you should have absorbed enough chi luck from all these heaven chosens after conducting so many trials. With so much, you should be able to revive yourself, return to your peak and once again become a paragon. So, you do not need the stone that much, said Wu Hong. Chen Tong remained quiet after hearing this. The reason he established the slaughter trial was not just to absorb chi luck, but also as a way to form strong karmic debts with these heaven chosens that managed to become great emperor. And one day he will ask them to repay that debt. With the path-seeking stone, he can create a strong karma debt with the final winner. Of course, he did not want to give it up so easily. As for the reason he did not give it to Empress Wu and form a karmic debt with her, that's because powerful individuals like her can ignore karmic debts after becoming great emperor. The ones before that have to be paid, otherwise, they will become little problems in the path of cultivation. But the ones after that are of little significance unless they are truly unimaginable. Wu Hong frowned after seeing Chu Hong's response, then she said in a cold and ruthless tone, Give me the stone, or I will destroy your remnant soul and take it for myself. Said Chen Tong, his face turning red in anger. Then, a memory hidden deep inside his soul surfaced. It was the memory of the first time she met Empress Wu. He had just become a paragon and he was quite confident. After meeting her, he was curious about why she was so powerful, wondering if she had some kind of secret. So, he started to investigate her and calculate the secrets of heaven to learn more about her. However, he did not get far in his search when a gigantic hand made of countless runes descended on him. All the formations in his cultivation palaces were instantly destroyed. The paragon artifacts have blown away. His paragon body was destroyed, his Dao foundation damaged, and his soul injured. Chen Tong remembered the powerlessness he felt in front of that hand. If it was not that she was just warning him, he would have fallen after that. What's worse, this kind of injury took him a few yuan epochs to completely heal. After thinking about that memory, Chen Tong snorted coldly, waved at him, and sent her a brown stone that looked remarkably ordinary. After receiving the stone, she checked it before nodding her head. With this stone, Wang Wei can quickly finish the last step of refining his blood. Wu Hong then waved her sleeve and a book appeared in the void. Don't say I took advantage of you. With this book, the process of re-establish your Dao foundation should be easier and more perfect. She then teleported away. Chapter 317. Chen Tong waved his hand and the book appeared in his hand. He quickly flipped through it, and his eyes lit up after reading the content. Then, he put it away with a smile that displayed his content. As he watched Wu Hong leave, he started to wonder why sent a clone in the lower dimension. For a powerful cultivator such as Empress Wu, all her actions may have profound meanings and serious impacts. Should I try to calculate the secrets behind this? Muttered Chen Tong as a look of struggle appeared on his face. Anyway, her real body is in the eternal Ascension world and cannot interfere in the lower dimension. As for this clone, no matter how powerful it is, it will not be more powerful than a great emperor. After making a decision, Chen Tong activated all the formation inside his secret hideout, then entered a secret room. The room only had a futon and a pyramid-shaped crystal about 25 centimeters in height. After sitting cross-legged on the futon, Chen Tong began to move his fingers to calculate the secrets of heaven. A mysterious atmosphere enveloped the room, making him look sacred and holy. Anyone who looks at him now would feel that they have learned all the knowledge and secrets that ever was and would exist in the vast universe. While Chen Tong was deep in his calculation, the secret space he was hiding started to shake. The formations surrounding it manifested themselves in the shape of runes, then cracks appeared all over them. Chen Tong opened his eyes with a look of horror, coughed a mouthful of soul blood. The ultimate taboo? He muttered as his body became illusory, then started to fade away. Immediately, a white smoke flew from the crystal in the room and entered his body. As a result, he stopped disappearing, but his complexion was as pale as a ghost. And the look of horror on his face did not go away. Chen Tong remembered the last time that the ultimate taboo appeared. The final result was that countless paragons, fiend gods, Dao monarchs, and immortal kings died and their Dao disappeared. Myriad races and worlds were annihilated, and the power structure of not only the Eternal Ascension world but all the Chaos worlds were forever changed. As for people like great emperors, empyreans, Dao ancestors, and immortal venerable, well, they were nothing but cannon fodder in this event. In the end, even great Dao was forced to intervene and soothe everything out. Amidst all the mighty beings and races that participated in this event, only one person survived, Empress Wu. And even she paid a terrible price as a result. As for Chen Tong, when that event occurred, he had already left the Eternal Ascension world to explore chaos. And once he heard about it, he hurried back home. Unfortunately, as soon as he returned, some people did not want him to participate and reap the benefit, so they besieged and killed him. If it was not for the powers he was granted as an eternal emperor, he might have been dead for real. Chen Tong took a deep breath to calm himself down to remember the information he had about the ultimate taboo. Could the Empress want to try again? He muttered. Probably not just her, but many of these dead old guys are probably waiting for the situation to revive themselves. In that case, should I hurry up? Once his thought process reached there, Chen Tong stopped as he seemed to remember something. He gritted his teeth as he cursed. I can't revive now. Damn those 7 parasitic bastards. They used to be nothing but a bunch of weak cowards, but now, Chen Tong stopped talking as he felt a mysterious power blocked by his formations. He knew that it was his cursing of those people that made them sense it. If he was at his peak, this would not be a problem. Unfortunately, now he is nothing but a remnant soul. So, he sighed deeply while thinking to himself, you guys will have your day of reckoning. He then sat back on his futon and used the crystal to stabilize his injury. He knew that his injury was very serious and would even greatly delay his resurrection. Nevertheless, he was still satisfied with the information he just received. With it, he can prepare earlier and have an advantage. This time around, he was determined to participate in the ultimate taboo and reach the benefit. As for the danger that lies ahead of him, he did not care. To him, truly dying in the pursuit of the Tao was worth it. After Wu Hong left the slaughter trial, she did not travel far before feeling Chen Tong's prying into her secret. Honestly, she was not surprised as this was his character which has not changed after so many years. After shaking her head, she took out a unique void boat from her space ring as a form of travel. After using her origin essence to activate it, the boat broke the space to travel in the far distance. And this time, her destination was quite far. With each space jump of the boat, she traveled from one world community to another. The fact that her void boat had such ability showed how powerful it truly was. After traveling for more than a month, she finally arrived at her destination. It was a giant shield that looked like an egg floating in the void. Unlike the myriad emperor world where people could see the 5 continents floating in space, the world shield that surrounded this world had an immortal-like fog that blocked people's vision from the outside. As Wu Hong gazed at this world, she could not help reminiscing. This world is called Pursuing Longevity World and has a great relationship with Wang Wei. In the previous timeline, Wang Wei failed miserably during the Heaven Will battle. He was no match for Di Tian, Not even close. Luckily for him, the latter did not want to kill him, so he along with a few other participants survived. After this failure, Wang Wei was not discouraged and was prepared to seal himself in bloodstone for many generations to wash away his karma, then try again. Unfortunately, tragedy soon befell him and his loved ones. After becoming an eternal emperor, Di Tian tried to resurrect his wife but failed. No matter what he tried, he could not bring her back. In the end, he became convinced that the method to succeed lied with the knowledge from Wang Wei's past life. As a person who cultivated the Tao of reincarnation, it was quite simple for him to realize that Wang Wei was reincarnated. After coming to this conclusion, he headed for the Tao opening sect demanding Wang Wei's memories. The latter refused, an act which sent Di Tian over the edge. So, a war began between those two. Unfortunately, despite the 9 emperor formations and artifacts of the sect, despite the countless sleeping Tao ancestors and Immortal Venerable, despite the hidden methods left by the previously departed emperors, the Tao opening sect lost this fight and was completely destroyed by Di Tian. After all, the latter was not just a normal eternal emperor, but a unique and powerful one. On top of that, since the sect no longer had the protection of the spirit of epic, they could not rely on their chi luck or on heavenly Tao to survive. Just like that, the most powerful sect of the myriad emperor world was destroyed, forever gone from the annals of history. In the final battle, as Wang Wei watched all his friends, family, and loved ones being massacred by Di Tian, he wailed in agony at how powerless he was. He blamed himself for what happened, for letting his ego get the best of him. So, out of spite and hatred, he detonated his soul to prevent Di Tian from getting what he wanted. However, he was not dead. In that timeline, he did not cultivate the Tao of fate. Instead, he cultivated the Tao of life and death and the Tao of reincarnation, just like Di Tian. So, right before his death, he managed to successfully cast a reincarnation spell to be reborn into another world, the pursuing longevity world. Although Di Tian tried to pursue him into reincarnation, luck was in his favor as the powerful being in the Forbidden Land, the Nether Hell, did not want anyone to interfere in the lower dimensions reincarnation, so he intercepted Di Tian and prevented him from chasing. Wu Hong sighed as he woke up from her memories. Hopefully, things will not end the same way this time. And if fate is truly irreversible and things return to the original track, I will remove all my restraints and intervene, no matter the price I have to pay, she muttered. Then, with a firm gaze, she stepped into this world. No amount of hesitation could be seen on her face from now on. Chapter 318. As soon as Wu Hong entered the pursuing longevity world, she felt a terrible constraint of the surrounding. It was like she was a giant squeezed inside a small bottle. The smallest of movement, even breathing too hard, would cause the entire bottle to collapse. Additionally, not long after she entered, she could feel a mighty and indifferent will slowly waking up, and it seemed that it was because of her. This world's heavenly Tao seemed very active. Is there a reason for this? Thought Wu Hong with a frown on her face. From her knowledge, the response of heavenly Tao to foreign intruders is different. For lower thousand worlds, heavenly Tao is very weak, so it's very protective of its world. So, anyone with cultivation higher than the divine Altair realm, it will try its best to expel invaders. Middle thousand worlds is a little different. Their defense mechanism is that it will restrain the cultivation of any foreigners. So, once they enter, they have to spend time adapting to the laws of the world. This is especially prominent for cultivators from different world communities who cultivated different systems. As for Great Thousand Worlds, their heavenly Tao will not interfere with any foreigners below the supreme realm. However, once a foreign true monarch enters, his or her cultivation will be suppressed, making them adapt to the laws of the world, just like foreigners of Middle Thousand World. Lastly, Heaven Will World. The heavenly Tao of this level of world usually does not care about foreigners that intrude into their world, even with foreign great emperors. The only time they will interfere is if such a level of cultivator starts destroying the world, then they will release divine punishment thunder to stop them. For example, if a supreme realm foreign cultivator intruded into a heaven-will world and started slaughtering cultivators and mortals alike, heavenly Tao will not care. However, if a great emperor, Tao ancestor, or immortal venerable did that, then it would intervene. Of course, all this information is for most worlds. Some of them are special and follow different regulations, just like the world that Wu Hong was currently in. As soon as she entered, she felt that the heavenly Tao of this world was awakened and heading towards her way. Not wanting to deal with many complications, she immediately sealed most of her cultivation and breath. Soon after doing this, she felt that the will coming towards stopped and retreated. Wu Hong then finally looked around to notice her surroundings. She found herself floating in the air with a large ocean underneath. The majestic blue sea stretched in all directions, with nothing else in sight. Wu Hong wanted to use her divine sense to search the surroundings but did not dare do not alert this world's heavenly Tao again. After reviewing her memories, she guessed as to why this world was preventing her from using her power. Although she could not use her divine sense, her sight was still quite powerful. So, she scanned a few million miles in all four directions, but still did not find anything except for the endless sea. In the end, she relied on her intuition to choose a direction and flew that way. For the next month, Wu Hong constantly flew in one direction. Due to this world's restriction, her strength was greatly restricted, and so was her speed. So, it took her a month before finding the nearest place with people living on it. Luckily for her, during the journey, she was attacked by many sea beasts and a few flying demonic beasts. Killing them made the journey less boring. Plus, she finally conquered a purple-winged vulture and used it as a transportation means. After searching his soul, she knew the direction of the nearest city. Once she arrived at the nearest island, she placed the vulture in her space ring, then became invisible. Wu Hong knew how attractive she was, and if she appeared in front of all these cultivators, some poor guy will be tempted to either flirt or use force to get her body. Then, she will be forced to massacre him along with his family. After landing on Maple Island, Wu Hong headed to the nearest inn to listen to people talking, hoping to gather some useful information. In the first few days, she only learned that the vast sea was divided into countless different territories with thousands of small islands making a territory. The territory she was currently in was called Bamboo Leaf Territory, and the leader of this territory was the Lan family. Wu Hong then secretly flew to the Lan family's main island. If I remember correctly, Wang Wei was born in the Red Sky Territory in a mortal family. The mortals in this world live a terrible life. Cultivators do not care about them, and the environment is not suitable for farming. So, they have to hunt fish to survive. Unfortunately, the sea belongs to sea beasts, so they are constantly attacked. And once a beast tide occurs, many islands habited by mortals usually suffer great casualties. As for the role of cultivators, they treat mortals as breathing machines. The talent for cultivating in this world is very rare and requires something called a spirit root. Unfortunately, only a few people have them. Once a mortal reaches the age of 14, they will be tested to see if they have a spirit root. The ones who have it are taken by cultivating families or sections. Their families will be taken care of in return and do not need to worry about food and housing. The more talented a child is, the higher the treatment that their family will receive. After flying non-stop for 3 days, Wu Hong finally reached her destination, Ice Butterfly Island. She headed straight to the largest city on the island to listen to some news. Inside an inn, Wu Hong sat at a table by herself. Oddly though, no one paid attention to her, as if she was non-existent. She was listening attentively to the people speaking around. "Have you heard?" asked a drunken man. "What?" asked one of his female companions. Lan's family 7th young master broke through the Qi refinement realm. "What? He's only 18 years old this year." "That's correct. That means that he only took 5 years to go through the 9 levels of the body refinement realm. Why are you guys surprised? This is a genius born with a first-grade spirit root. It's expected for him to enter the golden core realm in time." After hearing the words golden core, every cultivator in the inn had a look of yearning and envy in their faces, then they sighed desolately. Meanwhile, Wu Hong was reviewing her memories to try to remember the information she knew. The spirit root of this world is divided into 5 grades, with first being the highest. Above that are spirit physiques, which are the heavenly physiques list of this world. The first 3 physiques are the same as in the Myriad Emperor world: Absolute Chaos Physique, Heavy Axe Physique, and 6 Emotions 7 Desires Physique. From the 4th on, they are different and best suited to the laws of this world. From her memory, she knew that once Wang Wei was reborn in this world, he had the lowest 5th grade spirit root, which meant that the body refining realm was his limit. However, as a previous quasi-emperor, he was limited by things like talent. After getting a basic cultivation technique, he was able to modify it to suit him the best. He even slowly integrated this world's immortal cultivation system with the origin system of his second reincarnation. After getting the information she wanted, Wu Hong quickly infiltrated the Lan family's scripture hall where they kept their cultivation technique. Nothing could detect her, not even the elder guarding the hall or the formation placed inside. Wu Hong quickly read through all the techniques and books that contained information about this world. She first focused on the cultivation system. Cultivators in this world start with the body refining realm, where they use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to temper their bodies. After reaching a certain level, they go through a process called qi building, where they introduce qi into their dantian and enter the qi refining realm. Once the amount of qi inside their bodies reaches a certain level, they have to liquefy it and turn it into mana. By then, cultivators have entered the foundation establishment realm. Once mana reaches a certain level, it will have to compress again into a core, thus entering the golden core realm. This realm is very important for immortal cultivators, as they can ascend from the mortal world to enter the spirit realm. After learning about this, Wu Hong knew that her guess was correct. The reason that Heavenly Dao suddenly took notice of her was the fact that her power exceeded the mortal world. If she used too much of it, she could destroy it. After finding the truth, Wu Hong was not happy, as she faced another problem. She could not directly break the void to enter the spirit realm. Every time she tried, she felt a strong warning. With her strength, she did not think anyone or anything in this world could threaten her. However, she came here for a reason and did not want to confront this world's Heavenly Dao, otherwise, he could be exiled and prevented from ever entering this world again. So, she decided to find another way to ascend. She planned to study this world's technique and imitate the aura of this world's cultivator. To be precise, imitate the aura of a golden core cultivator, then ascend to the spirit realm. Unfortunately, the Lan family's cultivation technique could only reach the peak of the foundation realm, so she had to search elsewhere. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.